Calling the meeting order at 6:35 on my phone. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda that may be amended?
So moved.
Second.
I'm gonna, throw something in here right now that we've pushed out the liquor licenses, but with, Yama Corp. If you remember, it was Yama Ramen the first time. And then changed the name and then came in for a first and third or whatever. And for some reason, she didn't have the outside consumption permit. So I'm just gonna add that at the end of the meeting to go through to add an outside consumption. Because they won't do her first or third or whichever it is without the outside consumption. Anybody else have any changes?
Yeah, I'd like to swap agenda items 11 and 12, town manager's report falling in advance of budget discussions.
Anything from you, Vito?
No.
Bill?
I'm good.
Roger? And I just want to say that I think there was a chimp sent out to maybe everybody in the audience or whatever and saying a revised agenda. I'm working off the agenda that has executive session personnel as number 15.
That's one I have also.
And that's the one you have. That's what, I don't know why there was one sent out at 11:37. So motion to approve the agenda that has those changes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, motion to approve the minutes of May 20th, special select board meeting. Everybody was here and it was forensic audit bid and Killington forward update. And then we went into executive sessions for contracts and negotiations. Does anybody have anything?
I would like to add that at the end, there was a discussion of the contract between the town of Killington and the developer. And they reiterated the fact that they will be paying for the bond in 2028, is that correct?
So
And that they have
this is
scheduled,
number 4 for Killington forward.
and that they reiterated that they will be paying the bond, I believe, starting in 2028, regardless of whether development at the village has started to happen or not. And that they said that they have budgeted for this item as well.
So the conversation was later on at the meeting towards the end, so we'll make it the last bullet point. I had stated that there's already increment coming in this year. We don't know where it's at right now. It's somewhere between 2.25, 350. You know, we'll get to that. But then I had stated 28, but that's the 28 fiscal year, which starts July. The bills go out July of 2027. And the contract reads that no matter what, building nothing, even if there wasn't any increment from the reappraisal, that Great Gulf would be paying the full bond for the year and going forward. And then there was some other formula for whatever up to the $2 million. And I think that's what you're asking.
That's
for.
exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, and then Michael Snade, I see you here and there's a lot of people here. I think at the end of that meeting, I asked you to confirm if that was your understanding. Since you're here, is that still your understanding?
Still my understanding. We will be paying the increment after July 2027.
And that's already, I think you had said it was in your budget going forward, even if you weren't
It
building
is.
anything.
Yeah. The deal that was negotiated between us, the town, and Vepsi was that regardless of the development, we're responsible for the bonds, and we'll pay the bond increment required for the town.
Okay, 'cause I do think that is one of the big issues in town, that even though we say it and we say it and we say it, and it's written, and it's written in the agreement, and it's on the front page of the town website. I get it. Some people don't understand if there's no building going on up there, how do we get this bond paid for? Okay, and it's in the agreement, and Great Gulf is agreeing to it. Luckily, they are, because it is in their agreement and it is filed attached to the land sale too. So we'll add that in there. Anything you have, John? On that one?
Make sure it's noted that Ms. Clark was struggling to provide us with what she felt were accurate numbers as it relates to project costing to date. So I just want to make sure that is clearly stated it's there.
It actually is, it's like 4.5, I think. It's out a chart. Expected grant loans. Clark later broke down the funding and timelines for the water. Clark stated that she did not feel comfortable reviewing the finances in detail and would defer to Kirsten Hathaway finance.
So it's in there. Bill, do you have anything?
Nope.
You don't? All in favor of the changes for May 20th, say aye.
Aye.
May 22nd, special select board meeting, we're all here. Executive session, legal/union was the majority of it. We came out for a forensic audit discussion, the emergency management plan, municipal adoption. Any changes here? Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
I'll throw in the times. You approved the agenda was at like 11:06. The select board entered into executive session around 11:15. That's all I got. Bill, you good? All in favor of May 22nd, say aye.
Aye.
Emergency select board meeting minutes, May 26th. All were present. Finance director resignation acceptance, executive session for personnel, budget timeline discussion, forensic audit scoring update. Any changes on this? I get a motion to approve May 26th.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Takes care of this. Recreation program coordinator position and also flag decoration for Killington Road 250.
Yes,
Why don't you step on up? A little closer, Rebecca.
all right.
And just state your name so they can.
I'm Rebecca Claffey, and I am the Parks and Rec Director. We have two items for the agenda. The first is that Griffin Van Neal is our current program coordinator. He is resigned effective August 7th. He's leaving our awesome department to pursue a career in education up in South Burlington. He's been here for a while and he does great work with children. So good luck to him moving forward. It's a super difficult budget year and I know we're in a hiring freeze. I get that. Everyone's looking to examine everything very carefully, all our operations. I'm asking to fill this position for a couple of reasons, for many things. One, to maintain current services. I want to improve our operational efficiency and I want to continue progress that's been made. We have a lot of new programs that has gone on and winter has, not just summer, but winter has stepped up with hockey and adult rec leagues and some other stuff. So I would ask for that so that we can stay moving forward to like a more financial, stable, sustainable programming. I've got some ideas moving forward and it'd be very difficult to do without that position. During the school year, I spend 20 hours a week, 35 weeks a year as contracted with Mountain View School District to run the after-school program. That partnership brings in $22,000 a year to our bottom line. It is an important service to local families, but it's a very significant portion of my time that I could be using to devote to departmental administration, planning, oversight, program development. Parks and Recreation is a year-round department. I think it's changed from when that agreement, when all that went down. Things have changed significantly. And there's a lot of stuff that starts very early in the planning year. We are working on camp and the pool and coordinating youth and adult programming. We have to maintain our certifications, like all of our lifeguard and our pool operator certifications. All that stuff has to happen all winter long. I do see opportunities to expand programming going forward. I would like to see some school break camps. And we now have a building, and I would like to see some activities going on in the former town hall. So without that position, that would be very difficult to do. I'm not really just asking to refill this vacancy. I'm also asking for some flexibility in what that job looks like. I'd like to restructure that job to meet current needs. We have a lot more administrative demands going forward, and I want to change that job a little bit. It's been the pool operator, and I think it needs to take on some more camp stuff as well. If I can fill that position, then I can hopefully bring to some dreams I have for what rec could be. We have improved our financial stability. It was asked that we raise our pricing. We have not. Our cost recovery has not been spectacular. Expenses have significantly increased in the past few years. I did take our pricing up for camp. I am focusing on bringing money in for scholarship. I'm going to continue to look at all of our programming to hopefully improve that cost recovery going forward. I do have commitments from various places. Some is coming in, and we have future commitments of about $30,000 already that were not there before in sponsorship commitments and towards infrastructure projects as well as scholarships. And I want to grow that, but that means that we have advertising, and I need to run it like an ad, and we need to make sure we're meeting our commitments in that way. So I need this position to help with those things as well. As I'm asking for this, one of my dreams, and I'm not asking for approval for this program tonight, but I want to let you know that Green Mountain National Golf Course and Rec has started working on, or at least ideating on a program for a winter rec area over at the golf course where we would groom out trails for cross country, snowshoe, move the ice rink over there, and have some opportunities for a winter rec. So I'm not looking for approval on that. If anything happens, we would come forward with that, but that is something that we are looking to do moving forward. And we will come, but I need a position to be able to do the school after school program as well as winter rec. So there's a lot going on. That would be a very collaborative, something different, something that's not there. It would broaden opportunities. It'd be, what rec is currently doing. It'd be a significant change in what we do in the winter. So I really would like to request permission to fill that job, to restructure that job. And that would allow me to continue to improve my cost recovery, bring to light some new programming. And so I hope you consider that. That would be amazing if I could do that. And I would want to get going on that quickly because August 7th, it's like here.
Can I get a motion to approve? We'll stop. The questions will come after. I'll make the motion to approve lifting the hiring freeze for, what is the name of the position going to be?
It's program coordinator.
Program coordinator for the rec department.
Second.
Questions?
So as it relates to the program coordinator, do you see that the wage scale would remain the same as it currently is?
The weight scale?
Wage.
Oh, wage scale. Yeah, I'm not looking to change that. Yeah, I would. What is budgeted right now? It kicks out to like 45 a year. I don't remember the exact hourly, to be honest, but I'm not looking to change
Looked
that.
at your budget year to date and where you are in terms of have there been overtime issues or anything like that we need to calculate?
There is overtime that does come with it, but and there's a lot of holidays. Rec works a lot of holidays. Rec is not off on holidays.
Right.
So, but I think that's been budgeted for. It doesn't look like I'm going over in that area. So I think it's been managed pretty well, and I'm not looking to change that right now.
Although I know you didn't request that we enter into the winter rec conversation yet, have you done any preliminary cost analysis on that? Like what you would project it might look like in terms of, would it pay for itself, or is it going to be
I don't know that it would completely, I think the cost would be relatively minimal. From a rec perspective, what we're looking at doing is we need some electricity because we're gonna put some lights out. We would need cooperation from Town Garage because they only plow like a strip right now, so we would need parking.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
We're
fine.
getting ahead of ourselves. We're on the hiring.
Yep,
The hiring.
okay.
Looking at it, the program coordinator on the budget comparative budget report on page number 8.
I have the 26 if you want FY 26.
This budget 26 says $45,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what we're at right now, but page 8.
Well, that's what I was saying. I have it right here.
What is the actual? It doesn't show overtime from here.
91% utilization, which is
Right
time.
on target.
And
And that includes, so I think that department, they put in a lump sum, not breaking out the overtime or whatever.
overtime is showing 0 on the current.
Yeah, so if we can just break that out a little bit better. The motion on the floor right now is to approve the removing the freeze for the program coordinator. And it's at $45,000 for the year, including the overtime.
I would just like to see in writing your new expanded roles for this position and a better definition of what they are, minus your wish list, so that we can kind of keep it clear. Okay? And for me, I would like to see it in writing and what the role, and clearly define the role that you see it, that you would like to see it be. And then I'll make my decision.
We do have very clear definitions of job structure right now, but knowing things have changed, we just need a lot more administration. And to take on camp, I don't think it needs to be the pool operator position, but I will put that in writing for sure.
Clear for us all.
Any other questions? You don't?
No.
So I understand that you have a requirement that you're asking for. John, do you have any other questions here?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay, so I'm going to remove my motion. You second it.
I did.
Okay. I'll make a motion for the rec director and the town manager to move forward with putting a job description together, sending it to the board for the board to look at it. And would you be comfortable with
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just wanted to see,
just as long as
Rebecca stated that she wants to expand the role
right?
and change the role. I'd like to see
But my
exactly.
motion is stating that she can start right away when
She
she
can start?
sends that out. Right
Sure,
away.
absolutely.
Okay, so a motion to move forward with hiring position.
So moved.
So the motion is, just to go back, okay? She needs to get let's call it a revised job description, okay, into Patrick so that it can be circulated with the board. But in the meantime, she can go forward and post that open position and hire for it. Is that what the motion is, Jim?
That's what the motion.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
I thought I heard Rebecca say something like the description's there, but it's already there.
There is a description. I think that things have changed since it was written. And it does need to be revised. I'm not saying necessarily expand, but take some of the administration, grow the administration piece. There's a lot of program coordinator piece and just tighten some things up in that job.
That's part of what I'd want to see is what percentage of that person's time would be spent doing all these other roles.
So when do you think you can have that?
I've been working on this for a while, so honestly, I could have by the end of the week.
So when is the next board meeting anyway?
22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Does that make a difference to you if we approve it on the 22nd based on that? Or do you want to start this right?
I want it to be tightened up and everyone happy with it, so I'm fine with that. That's okay.
So based upon the application coming in front of us, other than just seeing it, Rebecca has permission to start putting the document together and have the document ready for us on the 22nd, Patrick.
But you can start looking to hire now.
She can start looking, but don't put the.
I would just like to table it until we see the.
It's
job
okay,
description.
but I'll table it and after the 22nd. Fine.
You guys, I don't.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the way I feel. I mean, it's 4 other people, but.
When's the last day of the current month?
August,
Eight.
That's no problem.
you know, for July, for June 22nd. So based on, so the motion is to move forward with putting the job description together for approval on August 22nd.
June
June
22nd.
June
22nd.
22nd.
Sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
We get something else on here?
Yes, they do. So there was a typo, not the USA 25th anniversary, but the 250th. We would like to decorate parts of the access roads with, I have a little flag over there, but like little 4x6 flags that are in there. And we want to put them, little flags. And we would like to put them in some areas, maybe around the electronic sign down at the bottom, around the public safety building, kind of right out front. Outside where Dark Side is, the Upright Inn, Northern Ski Works has like some new areas, maybe by that covered bridge area, some places. I don't have an exact number, the number of flags, but we're looking about 20 to 30 flags per location. We want to make it look intentional, not like someone just left some stuff on the side of the road. It's to be celebratory and not sporadic. And the other piece would be after mowing is completed in preparation for 4th of July on River Road, we'd like to line the parade route with those flags as well. I put in here a flag every 10 to 20 feet, but I'm not, that's what.
We're not gonna go out and measure.
Yeah, thanks.
So I'd like to make a motion to allow the rec department to move forward with decorating Killington Road and River Road to celebrate USA 25th anniversary, 250th.
Yes, sorry.
I'm reading it.
It's my typo.
It says it on here.
Yep.
Okay, 250th anniversary. And in my motion, as long as the flags are taken down by July 8th.
Okay.
So it just doesn't turn into, we start getting blown around.
Yeah.
I get a second.
Second.
Any conversation?
It's a great idea.
Nice idea.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
While you're here, I don't think you're gonna stick around till the end.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna jump ahead real quick for one thing. Under select board member concerns today, I was gonna raise the fact that as I said, when we started the negotiations committee and we offered a $3,000 stipend, I've never accepted any stipends for any of the volunteer work or any of the committees or boards that I've served on in town. And I would like to direct Patrick to give that $3,000 to Rebecca's Fireworks. Okay,
Thank you.
I don't need a motion for that. That's how he wants to.
does that work for you?
Thank you. Yes, I can.
You're welcome.
He wants to take his $3,000
Stipend for the
Stipend.
negotiations committee and give it to the fireworks committee.
Thanks, Raj.
Thank you very much.
See if I can get some more of my DRB money for you too.
You also have your select board.
We get
I'm not paying you.
At the end of this.
We'll worry about that later. This is interim.
Next up is water commission appointment.
Right.
Evening, guys. How are you?
Yeah, so Chris Carr, member of our commission, recently resigned, and we're looking to fill a vacancy. I'd like to nominate Nancy Sherman to be part of our commission. Ordinance requires that 5-person commission must be comprised of at least 3 people owning or leasing property connected to the water system. At least 2 members may be individuals not connected to the system, which would fall under her. And she satisfies all under conditions under the ordinance to join the commission.
How many are on the commission?
Currently 2.
How many is the commission open for?
5.
Can we put out in the paper, we're looking for 3 commissioners for the water department? Well, we have a board of 5. It's supposed to be a 5, and there's only 2. We normally would get paperwork, and we're still waiting on for other positions or whatever. But we should be putting this out in the newspaper and on the website, asking folks who are interested in it. I understand the person has put their name in, but the process, and that's what we're getting beat up on, is not in the past following process, but the board is supposed to say, put this out. People come in, just like a select board member, to put their name in. And the board gets to choose who, but I don't think we're gonna get 3 people to sign up because you've been looking for a while.
Happen.
So, but let's at least put the effort out there of putting it up there for now.
Seems that should be standard operating procedure, right? I mean, when we have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go.
I'm just saying it,
Yeah.
seems like it should be.
We should put that out there instead of just picking somebody right off the bat that it's supposed to be, the board comes in and says, put it out, and then let us see who puts their name in. So I don't want somebody else coming in and saying, well, if I knew there was a position, I would have put my name in. It almost sounds like, why are we stuck at 3? Why aren't we trying to go to 5?
Well, the goal is to go to 5, but as you said, it sounds like not a lot of people have shown interest.
I think when it was originally advertised, I think, did it go out as 5, Brian?
When was that though? Over a year ago?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
Pre-me, I believe.
Think it was a year ago?
11
Time flies.
11 months.
11 months, 12 months. It was,
Okay.
that was with Abby Sherman putting the whole
So it'd be
thing together.
worthwhile to put it out
I
again.
think so. There's some new people.
Sounds like there's an interested person now.
Yeah.
And then, so do you want to put out for 2 positions?
When did Mr. Carr leave? Do we know?
5/18.
Okay, so we can wait till the 22nd. So just put out and say by the 22nd to have.
It is gonna affect setting rates. And other things, and we have the water system turning online in July. So again, if we have an interested party and we know we're having difficulty filling it,
Well, we
I
don't
would
know. We
recommend-
haven't advertised.
no, we know because we've been looking.
Who?
Can I get a motion to table this to the 20, to put it out? Can I get a motion to move this so that we put it out for 3 people and all interested parties by June
22nd.
19th?
Well,
Okay, June 19th,
Ready
that
for that,
Friday.
yeah.
Okay, put their names in. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's like, we're getting stuff thrown at us at the last minute. It is not the board's issue that there's been an empty spot since May 18th. And now it's coming to us and it's gonna hurt prices and rates and everything else. We're gonna stick to how it normally runs. That's
Well,
all.
how it normally runs is the boards come to us with a vacancy and a recommendation. And if we want to change that, that's fine. But we just did
Patrick,
with the
like you
recommendation.
could, we're saying no for the
Alright.
last time. We're saying no, but if you want to keep on saying that you want to fill the position today, it's not your job to fill the position today. So my motion is to put this out to the newspaper and on the town website. And most likely, we're only going to get the one person and we'll pick it, but we have to set our rules to stick to.
I have a question. Pardon my ignorance, but how does this affect the rates?
You can't pass rates without having a majority vote on it. And they
Okay,
don't have a majority since there's only 2 members on board.
and is there some kind of deadline set to set the rates?
Well, to get people to connect, they're turning the water, should be turning the water on in July up in the area of Mountain Green. Mountain Green, the Grand, all the ones going back to the
Yeah,
tanks.
where's-
So no one's really gonna connect without knowing rates.
And where it's a 5-member board, they don't have a quorum with 2 people.
Correct.
Right,
So-
They need a
Right,
3rd person. to have
right,
a
right, right.
So the person that wants to hook up to the water
So-
system may have to go to Act 250? Do they have their permits yet? Do they have their engineering to hook up?
What are you talking about?
We have a water line.
Yeah, right.
People have to hook in.
Yeah.
And we just went through this whole thing with Act 250 that said that they may have to go to Act 250.
May have to,
May
but
have
their defaults, Act 250 said that their intent is that they don't have to. That's the intent.
But the intent, but they have to go to. Have they all gone to engineers yet? And have anyone come to you for hookups yet? Anyone say they want to hook up? Anybody come to you with engineering plans to be approved?
Yeah, we've had one.
Has anybody gone to Chris Tomberg with the state of?
Yeah, I've spoke to Chris Tomberg.
No, has anybody that wants to hook in file the permit with the state of Vermont to hook into the water system.
I wouldn't know if they spoke to Chris Tomberg.
So you should know because they need to, just like the zoning administrator gets a permit for a house, before it gives a permit for the house, needs to get a septic permit from the state.
Right.
And so in order to hook into the water system, one is going to need to show that they have a permit from the state. And if we're not telling these people to do that, then that could be a couple of months out.
So are you familiar with the process of the comprehensive water permit that we've been working on?
Yeah, I'm very well aware of it, but I was also told that that comprehensive water permit is this whole Act 250 thing that they still have to, someone will have to go to. Have you gone there? So on the comprehensive side, do you have a list of people? And the comprehensive side, the town was gonna file the permits for everybody that wants to hook up to with the state of Vermont. Have you done that?
Yeah, I've spoken to Chris Tomberg and others at the state to figure out what they need and to do the comprehensive permit.
Okay, so when are we gonna have that?
As soon as I get answers back from.
That's why I don't think it's really,
We're tied up in bureaucracy.
So did I hear this right, that we don't have that list?
well, I asked one if there's a list of people and Brian said,
No.
no. And then the second time around, he said, there is a list of people. I don't know.
I guess,
I'm not in the water department.
Brian, a quick question. Obviously, there was a concern about setting rates, okay? Where were you in, prior to Chris leaving, resigning, where were you in the process of setting rates? Do you have preliminary rates?
Yeah,
that-
I have
okay.
I have a rough rate schedule I'd like to bring to a commission. And we had intent to, with Chris, but Chris, he wasn't able to go to a couple meetings, so we couldn't even pass
Right.
anything back when he was on the board. He had difficulty being an active member of the board.
Okay.
He's on there.
So you have a rate schedule that you'd like to present? It's
To
just,
my-
it's
to
just,
my-
yeah, there's nobody to present it
To my
to.
water commission in order to make some motion on it.
Okay,
Who are the current commissioners who are active?
Michael Tamsin and Ethan Phelps.
And Michael is with, I think I met him. He's from.
Pinnacle Condo. Yep, and then Ethan Phelps is the resort's water
He's with
operator.
the resort.
So Michael Tamsin is from Pinnacle, you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Ethan Phelps is with the resort.
Helps us.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So the motion on the floor is to put it out in the paper till the 19th. To have people respond if they want to.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Could get voted down, guys. It's just, to me, I'm trying to hold it that, we come here and we're told that everything has to be spot on. And we're just getting
well,
stuff.
I'm
going.
just trying to think that is the normal way we would act for commissions, is normally when an open position comes up, the chairman of the commission comes to the select board, says, I have an open position, and yeah, here's the person, well, I'd like to place an advertisement or whatever, there's a process.
That's the typical.
The typical process is I'd like to look for a new one, and then they go to you and basically do the magic to get it on the different websites or go to the town manager to get on the websites and into the newspaper. So I think that's what the process has been for all the other committees.
Yeah,
You
there
don't
was
think
just
so?
work done for the DRB a couple weeks ago, right?
Well, no, because we're not there yet.
Well, I just want to make sure we're not, we're
What
being
it was
consistent on
requested.
how we do these, that's
I've
all.
not been notified by zoning administrator about that.
You've been notified that we have to by the chair of the select board, not by the zoning administrator, saying, can you please come in with a list of all of the positions that are appointed by the board that are currently
Up for renewal.
up for renewal, and then ask from them if they want to be reappointed. And if there are any open spots, then put it out in the paper. That was on the board side. Don't take the zoning administrator.
And I think that was in April and then repeated again in May. And then not, I think,
Well, repeated today in June.
well, no, but it's been requested 3 or 4
I've
times
heard it
that we,
twice as
that we
well,
get a
John.
list of appointees of people who are coming up who need to be either reappointed or we need to solicit more members of the public for volunteerism to be parts of these boards.
Because I see in here later on in the meeting that Jennifer would like to be appointed to one of the zoning,
That's the boards. Yeah.
the Transportation Advisory Committee. And when I ran into her the other day, I said, are you upping your appointment to the planning commission? And she then had to look in the book and find out that yes, her and Vince are up this year. So we need to find out if Vince and Jennifer would like to continue.
Don't these appointments generally coincide with the town vote in March?
No, it's
No.
usually after.
Okay.
It's usually done by
It's every time I've been asked. it's
with
been in
May.
March, that's why.
Well, May.
Okay.
In May. The board and the elected positions get taken, and then the board reorganizes, and then we just say what we want. And I've asked for it, but
Yeah, a lot of it's got pushed off because of the budget. In May, that's what I was saying.
Understood.
Problem though is it puts us in a reactive situation rather than a proactive situation. And it's pretty avoidable, I think. I would like to avoid it in the future so as not to have this type of discussion. I think it's more beneficial and productive if we can have these things already ferreted out, have a list of who, yes, no, and then we can make a lot of motion in a short time versus repeatedly asking the question of when are we gonna get a list? Where's the list? Has the list been created? Has an ad been drawn? You know, who's coming back? Who's not coming back?
So I'm gonna, with Nancy, she's most likely gonna be the only one that does this. And I'm just standing here saying that this is what we need to do to keep to what happens. There's nothing to stop this committee from meeting. Okay, it's not a, you will not have a majority, you will not have a quorum. But you can bring Nancy in. When is your next meeting?
Next meetings are normally the third Monday of the month.
Okay, so the next meeting is in 2 weeks from now anyway, right? So you can have that meeting and bring Nancy up to date, and we're meeting that Monday night then, or the fourth Monday. So Nancy could be brought up to date in a meeting that's not a quorum, and it doesn't have to take minutes. There's nothing to stop the water commission from moving forward.
Ideally, though, we could change the meeting time if I was able to get her brought in today in order to get everyone together to talk about the rate sooner.
You could?
And that was my intention.
Yeah, okay, so.
So traditionally, we do keep a Monday, but as we get more people, you know, especially with a smaller board,
No, I
we'd probably
get it.
find like a better
Yeah.
time.
No, but I mean, what I'm getting at is that there's nothing to stop you from bringing a person up. I doubt there's going to be more than one person putting their name in. But the board is sticking here to say, like, we've got to get into the protocol of how it's done.
So maybe an idea would be to move the meeting till Tuesday morning, so you could then be more productive that way.
Probably could do that if that's what the direction you guys are going. Yeah.
So our next meeting is going to be
22nd.
the
22nd.
22nd. So if you can get your meeting to be on the 23rd or the
I have
24th,
to figure out whenever.
okay?
You know,
And then this way you can meet up anytime this week or next week as, you know, hey, this is my idea of the water rates, and go from there. Okay? So the motion on the floor is to put it out into the paper and on email looking for 3 and solicit interest for 3 water commissioners at this time. Second, that.
With responses by the 19th of,
Responses by the 19th. And have the committee meet up as a forum. So start bringing up Nancy too. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Any other conversation? All in favor?
thank you. Appreciate you guys.
it's a good compromise.
Good
No, that was, yeah, we need to run things by procedures, and there's a procedure for getting people on boards.
So is anybody here from Killington this year? So we have Dufresne's group erosion control presentation.
Tim, let me know if you don't have screen share.
I think I do. Just one second.
So Tim, before you start off, we had this in front of us a couple of weeks ago. And I was with you on the question here on the quantity. It says quantity and it says 121 an hour. And then below for like the first 5 items. And then the next part for type 2 stones is $218. It says 218 an hour and it has 218.00 hour and a dollar sign. Up above says $121 hour. And it's the same machines. So this is right here.
Oh, there's another page.
So 12-17 ton tracked excavator. Okay, it says 121 an hour. And then it says production crew time, $190 an hour. And then below for stone 2, it says 12 to 17 ton tracked excavator. And it says 218 an hour, but it still says 190 an hour. And that threw me off too. So what they're saying is the first job, it's the first type 1 stone swale is 121 hours total at $190 an hour for that machine. And then type 2 stone is 218 hours at $190 an hour. It kind of threw us off, Tim, when you first read it. It looks like it says dollar amount.
Yeah, the way the dollar sign is stretched out.
So the rate is 190.
So rate is 190. The rate on the next one is
First column is the number
250.
of hours.
And it's the same, times the number of hours, and then you'll get the $22,990.
Just to be clear, the one in our packet, that sheet is not the same as the one that's in our packet.
Which sheet?
This Casella face sheet with the estimate and costing
The sheet that's on the screen is
is not the one that's in our packet.
what is different?
What's different on it?
All the notes at the bottom,
You have the one from last week.
I don't know, it's what's in what was in my packet. It's what was in my packet.
Packet too. I have the same one.
Yeah, it is different.
Okay, I have,
Yeah.
oh, because
Not what-
this is one he sent this morning.
There
That's
you
why.
go.
Do you have that for us?
If you want, you can use this one. I have to make copies if you want.
I think we have it.
Did you send it? You didn't send it out.
Send it out this morning.
Yeah,
So I don't have that.
If
Can you go make copies?
Sure.
Yeah, and I will point out, so, the contractor has broken down their costs for each of the kind of 2 items, the stone swale and the stone slope protection.
Excuse me, Tim, 1 second. Could you introduce yourself, please? I'm Roger there. I'm new to
Sure.
the board. I don't really know what your role is here.
Okay, sure. Tim Knapp with Dufresne Group. We're the consulting engineer on contract 1 to 3A and so forth, 4 and 5 to 7 for the water system.
Thank you.
Personally, I'm project manager during the construction phase of the project.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I guess I just wanted to point out that breakdown from the contractor ultimately boils down to a unit price for the stone swale rock and then the slope protection rock. So that's their green, the green line kind of at the top of each item where they come to a rate of, say, for the type 1, it says 291.11. So that's the intention on how that will get measured and paid for in the field. They've just provided more breakdown on how they arrived at that number.
These are all new costs, Tim?
Say that again.
These are all new costs?
Meaning their current costs? Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
meaning these were not included in the bid in any way, shape, or
So
form.
this is an add-on, Tim?
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. And I can step back a little bit. So the contract 3A included basic erosion control along this piece of pipeline that's shown in a figure in that change order proposal. But it's essentially 2,000 feet starting kind of behind the pump station on Route 4, headed up towards East Mountain Road, just before we get to what everyone's kind of called the steep section, very steep section. So during construction, after the pipe route was worked on, it was identified that that the town may want to look at some beefed up erosion control, something that's more robust for the future. It's an important transmission main from the pump station up to the system and to the tank. So we work back and forth with Casella, met a couple times on site to discuss some options and came to this current proposal from them, which includes essentially a stone swale for that section to divert some runoff. And then on this figure here, there's some green shaded areas where we've talked about putting in some stone armoring on some kind of steeper slopes where they had to cut into the bank as they went up through with the pipeline.
So it's been quite a while, Tim, for me. This was not in the original bid.
That's correct. So yeah, the original contract. So, and stepping back even further, this contract with Casella really includes 3 contracts that were originally separated out, but they're in one construction contract. We're all calling contract 1 to 3A. So contract 3A includes this section of water main, and as mentioned, it's that only included basic erosion control. So if this was not done, Casella would just seed and mulch it, you know, and if they got beyond their one year warranty and you had some crazy rain event, they would not be responsible for it. So this gives you a beefed up protection in an area that's going to be somewhat hard to reach in the future. Not undoable, but.
This was not identifiable during the initial design phases.
It was not identified.
So should it have been identified with the steep slopes that exist?
Potentially, and just to back up a little bit, these drawings were from Don Marsh, and so we inherited them, and then they kind of got combined into this overall contract with Casella.
Was a bidder walked the site, correct? Like,
Sorry.
The grades were known, meaning I understand maybe you inherited the drawing, but the bidders walked the site so they knew what the site was, the grades that exist in the site, so on and so forth.
They totally had the opportunity to walk the site. I can't confirm if they walked the pipe route or not.
I'm gonna go with another. In the original bid that I had seen and everything, and it's been a while, Tim, or whatever, this was not in there.
Correct.
Okay. Because we were told at the last meeting that there was rock on site and the rock was going to be used, but that rock was not good. So now they had to bring it. So it's like, you know, so I'm just trying to get down to the fact that the bid was put out. There was a job description from the engineering. It didn't include this stone being put in here.
Correct.
Okay. That's where I'm coming from first. And now we're being told it needs to be put in there. Otherwise, our $30 million water system, or at this point, $23 million up to this section or whatever, is could possibly get washed out during a rainstorm.
Yeah. So this is going to give you added protection for the future.
So I've got that there. And then to read, if we can go to the Casella bid on this here.
Yep.
The new green. So can you scroll up a little bit so I can see item number 2? No, I want to see down below the notes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So where
Yeah.
I'm getting thrown off is that CCI Casella Inc. provides this price as a not to exceed amount of $378,991.06. But yet I see here $548.53. And then somewhere else, I see
$465 on the
$465 on another sheet. So
Yeah.
I'm
So-
just trying to figure out if the seller, and they're doing a great job, is giving me a note that says CCI provides this price as a not to exceed amount of $378,998. How do we get first to 443 and then even to 465?
Yeah.
It's
So
not
that note too is incorrect and needs to be updated in the final change order. So that was from an older version of their proposal. The 443 is the current 443,548 is the current proposal. Now the change order amount, we included some contingency of about 5% on the quantities, so that, and that's also set as a not to exceed. So if they get to that, they're not going to get paid anymore unless the discussion is had. So that adder to the 465 is about 5% over the 443, and that was just
Excuse me, John, but the sheet that I have in front of me, Casella, with this item number 2, is dated June 5th of 2026.
yes, I understand that's incorrect and needs to be corrected.
But it might be incorrect, but then the one that was dated 4/30 didn't have that note. So it seems as though that's actually a new note, not an old note. Not saying you're wrong, I'm just trying to understand the chronology of how we went from $378,000 to $443,000. And you're saying it's an old note, but yet on our estimate from 4/30/2026, Rev 2 does not include said note.
No, the note on there is new. The number they use is old.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna, and I don't see here something else that I noticed. And I don't have my cell phone, my work cell phone with me that came through for the thing that was sent out today on Friday. I think number 1 has been changed. Something said that included, oh no, where is the sheet with the?
It was on the front sheet.
No,
It's on. What you're
no, I'm talking about the cost, the total cost. Do you have that sheet where you broke it out, Tim? Starting from the original bid? You have that sheet? Because that was sent to us today. I have a question on that.
The sheet.
Yeah, that sheet there.
Yep.
Okay, so number 4, because I don't have that in front of me. But number 4, it says the combined change orders are dated. It says, go up to construction 1 through A. Okay, and after the 21,057,000, then it says contract 3, new access and stormwater. But so it says up there above, combined change order pending reference note 4, contract 3, new access and stormwater swell. And 4 says, maybe it has nothing to do with it. It says the combined change order items are detailed in February 11th of 2026. DG correspondence. Accepted cost items are included in change order 18. So I'm just going to ask, what is that?
Yeah. Yep. So
This is our job. You know, for a change order, money, but then it says here, it makes it sound like there is something in change order 18.
yes. So Casella had submitted. Everyone's kind of calling it the combined change order because it included a number of items being requested by Casella. So we had gone through, reviewed that, provided our recommendation to the town, and to date, some of those items were approved as far as the cost of those items, and those were put into change order 18. Within the combined change order was also this erosion control item that's listed there. So that was pulled out in the discussion with Casella to kind of table it till we could come to an agreement on it. So that's where we are now. So some of the items that were previously in the total project cost estimate, I think Naomi had broken it out under the combined change order. And in this update, they've been approved in change order 18. So they've moved up into that line item.
Me too. Who generated this report, these numbers that I'm seeing right here in front of us right now, Mike, Tim?
Say that again, sorry.
Were these numbers generated by Casella or by yourself today? Who generated?
No. So yeah, we maintain it as things get updated. We update the total project.
My issue is that's dated June 4th. I'm just trying to figure out. So it says the combined change order items are detailed in February 11th. Accepted cost items are included in change order 18. So It's like, we're at a tough spot here, guys. It's like, we can say, yeah, go ahead and approve this, but then somebody else is gonna say, well, what is in 18? And we're being told that 18 was already corrected, so it's not in there. Is that what I'm hearing, Tim? It's really not in there?
Right. So the combined change order proposal from Casella included, I don't know, about 10 different items. A few of those were approved and put into change order 18. And the one outstanding item, so there were some that were rejected, some that were approved. The one outstanding one is this erosion control work. So that will be pulled out into a separate change order, which we're calling change order 20.
When you say some were accepted and some were rejected, who? By us or by you or by Casella?
Yeah, so we review it, we provide our recommendation, and then that goes into a change order that all parties execute.
So some were accepted by you and some were rejected by you with some of the changes requested. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So now I go to the back page, this EJCDC, whatever, document committee. It says orders number 1 to 19, okay? And then it has the pricing, and then this one here, it says this change order of $465,987.15. And it has the contract price incorporating this change as the $21,523,875. But to the right of that, it says contract times with approved change orders, with all approved change orders. Substantial completion, February 15th of 2026. Ready for final payment, March 17th, 2026. How can that happen when it's June 8th?
That can happen when the contractor is over contract time, which they are. So those dates there are contractual, substantial, and final completion dates based on the original notice to proceed date and then approved time changes through previous and this change order.
Shouldn't that say a later date than March 17th?
No, because that's the contractual completion date. So they are over time.
Okay. So is there anything in their contract that states if they're over, that there's a fine?
How does that work? It says contract times with all approved change orders, and we have a change order after March 17th. So how does that work?
Yeah, so this comes up frequently, unfortunately, but so those dates there are just the contractual dates. That doesn't mean you can't have a change order after that. And yeah.
But if I'm looking at this work, okay, just to try to get this issue out, it seems like Casella completed the work under the original contract, okay? And this change order is actually exceeding the scope of the original contract, okay? So they could have actually completed the contract, but they're recommending that additional erosion control steps be taken, okay? Because the steps that were originally designed, they feel like they were inadequate to do the job.
So let's qualify that. Tim, is the erosion control as quoted in the contract been completed already?
Sorry, in the change proposal?
No, in the original contract, any erosion control that was done, has it been completed to date?
Some of the work on that area was it was stabilized, but I would not consider it to be final.
What's going to be done there?
So then it brings me
Gonna plant grass
to my question, Tim, is I feel like there's some cost overlap that we're not seeing in this proposal somewhere. And so that is bringing me to a challenge to approve $443,000,
No, it's $465,000.
$378,000 or $465,000. Where I guess my question would be, where are we seeing a credit back to us in this cost for the work that should have been performed or the work in process that would already be bringing material into the site? So they had to have costs for bringing material, as we were told a couple weeks ago, down from the tower site into the job site and then brought down the pipeline. So there had to be cost involved in that. And I would expect in part of that, we would see a credit in this proposal somewhere.
Yeah, and so it would have been there could potentially be a small amount for basically be to loam and seed the area, basically on the side slopes. One side's actually done, the other it's the uphill side that's more of the steeper area. So yes, correct. They did not put that in the change proposal.
And my other question here is, Tim, is you did sign it as the recommended. And there's the owner authorization signature. And there's the contractor signature. And below that is approved by Vermont Water Investment Division. And that is what, Don Haddock?
Yeah, that's Don, and he's usually the final step in the chain. It's really executed after the first three have signed. His more is approval for.
I just want to make sure, because this goes on to say that 50% of this is forgiven of the whole contract.
Yeah, and so before it's fully executed, we would run that by Don. But based on the uphill, the other steeper section, he had no issue with that. So I don't see any reason.
So if we go ahead and sign one of these numbers, it's not going to be. It's not going to move forward until the Water Investment Division signs it off. Is that correct?
No,
Or are we possibly signing something that would be the full 400 and whatever and not getting 50%?
that could happen, but we would recommend that we run the change order by Don before he gets it for signature.
Meaning it should have been presented to him already.
Not necessarily. We wanted to make sure that everyone was on board with the scope of work and the cost.
And then my last thing here is Casella. This is little Italy stuff or whatever, but Casella is a Pittsburgh company. I don't think they need any lodging and per diem, 6 nights at $200 a night on the quote.
That's on the first one, then 11.
And then 11 nights on the
And then 11 nights on the other one. They're coming from the Killington area, they're coming from Pittsburgh, they're coming from Rutland. They don't need a hotel stay. So those 2 line items I think should be pulled out of there. So 30, I mean, it's nothing, it's $3,400 out of 400 something. And I get back to where like John's talking about, if this thing was seeded or whatever, I would have thought that the geotech might have been already put down for that. To hold down whatever they put on top of that there.
That probably would have just been loam and seed without geotextile.
Okay.
On that grade, you would
It could-
recommend as an engineer, you would recommend loam and seed on that grade?
I would recommend this erosion control that's beefed up.
So listen, so we go forward on this. So just so we can continue conversation within, I'm gonna get
I have one more question.
well, before I make a motion, what dollar amount am I saying, Tim? In my motion, is it the 465, 987, 15?
Yes, that's where it stands right now.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve change order 20 for the erosion control for an additional $465,987.15. Can I get a second? Can I get a second?
I'll second that, looking at.
Okay. So number one is I would just like to get a cleaner sheet that shows me it's not the 378, or whatever, 43 and the 465. Number two, I think the lodging should be pulled out. Number three for me is like, I just have a hard time, Tim, because I know every single one of these contractors that bid on it, from the guy up in over in New York, Quebec, when they did it, they walked this thing like multiple times, take in, and nobody picked up that a pipe, what were we told the other day, 70 degrees? 70% slope,
70% grade, yeah.
70% grade. It needs some kind of covering or whatever.
Yeah, so that was in the other area, but you're right.
You know, but that was a $650,000, right, add-on.
Yeah.
So for people that walked this, you're talking $1.1 million worth of increase.
Well, I think it's.
But it just comes back to, I don't know if maybe the other folks that bid just above this or whatever, did they include all this? So, but we're way past that.
So, Tim, at what point is it the engineer's responsibility to identify such things so that it is included in a bid in what is an obvious situation of trying to retain the side of a mountain with a pipeline underneath?
Yeah, I was limited involvement on this particular contract. As I mentioned, it came from another engineer.
Meaning it was bid, and excuse me, because I'm new to the board since March, so I understand I may not be privy to certain knowledge. So you're saying that another engineering firm had done all the engineering work, you picked it up post awarding of the bid?
He was.
No, they were a subcontractor to us, but they had worked on the project previously before we were retained to kind of combine everything during design.
And when was were you retained prior to the bid being finalized and awarded?
Yes. Yeah,
So and you're an engineering firm, correct?
Correct.
So you should have reviewed the elevations, the grade, the pitch, the requirements to make sure the earth stays in place in advance of finalizing the bid specification.
We did a review and that was not identified during our design work.
I think if we're gonna continue this going here, this would be more of
Okay.
getting into.
So-
I think you're heading somewhere legal, and I don't wanna go there. in an
Well,
open
no, I'm
session.
trying to understand how we end up where we do with the $443,000 bill that apparently we're only gonna be responsible for half of, but still that's $225,000 to the taxpayer, and that's a big concern. So my next question is, when was the town first made aware of this change order requirement?
Geez, I think it was probably in the fall that it first was identified. There was discussion, a couple site walks, but we had decided that we wanted to see how things performed as is during spring melt, which it did okay. But there's still, there was still some recommendation for improving the erosion control.
When was the first time after the fall that it was known that this was gonna have to happen? Or spring? Was it May? Was it June? Was it April? Was it February? March?
Determined to be a necessity.
Geez. I mean, it was, like I said, it was originally identified in the fall, and then after the snow melt, we kind of took a look at it and worked through with Casella on a couple different versions of proposals and landed on this one.
You have a 5% contingency in here for materials, I assume? Would it?
Yeah, so the way it ends up breaking down is that they would get paid, if approved, based on unit prices for the stone swale and then the slope protection. And so that's based on a unit price and then final measured quantities. So we've increased the quantities by 5% over what they estimated as a contingency.
Not suspect that they also included in their proposal a 5% waste factor or overrun factor?
They provided the calculations which appeared accurate to us. And
Can you ask them if they have any excess built into the quote? Because I'd hate to be like double dinged, so to speak, for 5% on their end, because most anybody who builds anything includes extra material of whatever they're working with into their calculations, into their cost estimating. So therefore, if they're putting it in and then you're adding 5% to that, I think you see where I'm going.
And that comes back to my part where it says not to exceed the 300 and whatever $1,000. So why can't we just have not to exceed the $465,000?
that's what we are proposing. And so but they're only going to get paid for the actual quantity. So if it's less than that, you'll pay less.
So the 465 is including the 5%,
Correct.
and they came in at 443 without the 5%.
Correct.
So then why don't we stick to their number, not to exceed 443?
We can. I think our thinking was if the areas that were estimated out there, if we end up using a little more, we didn't want that to be a surprise.
But if they walked it multiple times now because they've been working on laying the pipe, they should know how much has to go there. And they should be comfortable of saying, okay, 443,000, not to exceed $444,000. And if they need more material, then they gave us $444,000.
Sure.
Just like they gave us 378,000 or whatever.
Right. We can do it that way. I just didn't want to get into a situation where we go 10 yards over and we say we're not going to pay for that.
But how do you go 10 yards over if it's not to exceed and they do it right? So
Well,
I'm trying to get this thing approved to go forward. Some others may be going somewhere else here, Tim, but I'm willing to say that if I come out and I quote something and I've been up and down this pipe, I mean, they've been up and down this pipe now how many times in the past 10 months? Okay, they know it. They laid the pipe is in. They know how steep it is. They go out and they bid. Sometimes they bid, and if this was in there, if this was in the bid and it cost more, they would have been stuck with whatever cost more. That's all. So I'm living with, I don't think you're going to agree with me, John, but I'm living with this is 443,000 whatever dollars, okay, from their bid on their contract, on their proposal here. And then we gracious of ourselves and saying, let's add 5% more on top of that. I'm just saying, no, it's not to exceed the 443,000 and change.
So just to confirm, make sure I'm clear in my head, this not to exceed number is defunct. It's not valid. It's just somebody's copied over old notes. Is that what that is?
Yeah, on their change proposal sheet, yes. The note.
And that was not on their 430 note that we received. That just mysteriously appeared.
So this document that we're looking at is
Yeah.
not part of the contract. It's going to be changed to
Somebody didn't
443.
proofread it.
443.
If it's agreed upon to not include a 5% contingency, it's the 443 number.
It's just what blows. I'm looking at this sheet and I'm looking at this sheet, and the numbers all match up the same. I mean, lodging and per diem on type 2 stone, 11 nights, $200. Type rock hauling, owned 302.2 hours at 165. 2,417.
This number is wrong. The note is correct, that they want to put language in there, but do
I
not
dropped to
exceed.
378.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you?
So what I'm getting at is that it says $443,548.53.
So
My motion is to approve for Casella to move forward for 400, not to exceed $43,548.53. That's my motion. I'm not adding in a 5%. They,
Well, and we have items we need to ask questions about, the lodging, the per diem, like what's that? Again, it's not a lot of money, but money's money, and as far as I'm concerned, money.
Yep. And if that's, we can certainly ask those questions if that's what you'd like.
Next meeting, so they can get some answers.
No, I don't. I really don't. I get it. I get it now. It's just that, and Tim, you're doing a good job here, so thank you for hanging in. But some of the stuff that we were told in previous meetings is that the rock was already here, okay, on site, and the rock was the wrong type of rock, so we needed to bring in the new rock.
Correct.
And then that started throwing me, well, if we had to bring in just new rock and it was already here, then the excavator should have been already in the original quote. But you've answered it. It's not in the original bid. This is above and beyond. It wasn't picked up. 70% grade on the 650,000. This is whatever, 30%, 40% or whatever. It wasn't picked up on. We could beat that horse over and over and over again. I'd hate to,
We can ask whose responsibility that was.
you know,
To figure that out in advance.
So to be clear, what you're saying is, did they bring in some stone that wasn't useful?
what we were
Or
told,
was
you
it
were at
on-site?
the last meeting, we were told that the material that was being blasted or whatever was
Material
gonna be.
Okay, so
excavated.
it's from the on-site.
It's gonna be reused.
Gotta be reused.
You were here for that,
I was here, yeah.
This isn't of the right quality.
right?
Right. Mhm. It was, yeah.
So I think that was Patrick or Brian, one of you. I'm just saying, it was said
Someone said it.
somewhere
It
between
was a couple months ago that they were talked about
the
that.
last time we
This
saw
was
it.
the last meeting.
Well, maybe the last meeting.
The last time we saw it.
The last one. So so the reason why there's a lot of questions here, Tim, is we're told that the material was already on site, but that material we can't use anymore. Because it's the wrong type.
Yeah, so my understanding is that Casella is using some of the rock from the tank site. They're up, as they clean up some stuff, they've got to break it up with their hammer so that it's the right size for this area. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. We were just told that all the material was here. And that brought in the question, if all the material was here
Oh, gotcha.
and it was already priced into the original contract, so excavating and everything else should have already been included. What's happening here is that none of this was put in. And now that they found out that they need to do this, some of the material will be up above and will be trucked down. Okay, so
Correct. Yes.
I understand it. My motion's still on here, not to exceed $443,548.53. With them looking into also removing the lodging or explaining the lodging.
And the credit for chargeback, if applicable, for work not already performed.
I would also like to see that there is gonna be an approval of the 50% reimbursement.
So
And then also that, what I would like to see where was that conversation, and I'm not seeing it now, about the item 8 or change order 18 that was rolled into this or something to that effect. I'd like to see like a chronological breakdown to see that those things that were rolled in have been removed, so on and so forth, to make sure that we're not being double charged for things.
Sure. Yeah, and I provided Patrick with a copy of all the change orders to date, and I think that would answer the question, because change order 18 is included in that. And that has all their, basically what they've requested in there. And I believe it also has documentation of our review of
that was
that.
the email that I asked this morning to you, Patrick, saying, let's get all of it
Yeah.
together. You want to quickly look through contract.
I'm gonna need a lot more time than that.
Touche.
Because I don't just sign
On
things.
me or him?
No, we're not signed.
I can say change order 18 did not include this erosion.
But it just, okay.
Okay, so Jim, you're proposing that on
My proposal
change
is
order 20.
change order 20, not to exceed $443,548.53. With an explanation of why there's all of a sudden lodging for a Pittsburgh, Vermont company. Okay, and that's my motion. And can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I mean, we're just going around circle. So Roger, your question is that you would like to make sure that,
We're eligible for the 50%
50%.
reimbursement, otherwise this is.
and this is where I just like spin my head a lot, and it's not you, it's like a lot of people. This is underneath, and it's not the right answer because we're being charged or whatever, but this is underneath the TIF. And this is underneath that the increment or Great Gulf with no increment is on the hook for the 50% or the 100%.
Okay,
The town is not on the hook,
okay, then I'm good.
okay?
We're working on through the final stages of interim financing, so it shouldn't hit our books.
Wait a minute.
I apologize for interrupting, but you have a question from
Yeah,
Lisa.
Lisa's.
This is our meeting, she'll be there, we'll get to it.
So the way I understand the TIF program.
I got it.
Our tax dollars are part of what the TIF
Say that again.
reimbursement is. We get taxed, the town gets taxed. Part of that tax money goes off to pay the bonds in the TIF program. So we're paying for it.
Well, the increment up above is paying for it, so yes. If $443,000 of a 60-something million dollar total, and then if you go into this and you see that the original bid, the original quote was some $23 million, and they're still underneath that $23 million. Okay, so the original number that was based off of the 57 million is in there.
Yeah, and I think the assumption of the TIF is that the town will, working with contractors, spend the money wisely. And as a result, the state gives them the ability to collect taxes to pay for that. Okay, so, but yeah, that's why I'm looking at this and I'm saying,
I don't care whose money it is.
well, no, John, I'm having the same kind of problem because I'm looking at the original contract was 18 million and now we're up to 23 million.
No. So stop. The original was 18 million for the construction. And then you have, can you run through that, Tim?
Sure.
The original
Yes.
was 18 million, and then there's soft costs, and then there's engineering, and there's some other stuff.
Okay, so the original contract, Tim, you probably don't need to do that if,
It's in here. It's on that other sheet.
I know there are DMs all over the place.
yeah,
Right there. So you see right there, the original was 18 million, right?
yeah.
The total was really, the original was $23 million. So once it came in at $18,244,000, Chris Carr, Steve Finneran, and myself added in the third well connection, so it would be covered by TIF. That's $161,000. Then we added down at the pump house, the third and fourth vertical pumps, which is $900,000. Then we added in, well, we didn't really add in because Act 250 had no power going to the well house. Okay, so we decided to go with underground instead of overhead, $75,000, okay? So you add that up, you're almost close to 19, 20, you're almost $20 million.
Okay,
And then there's change orders for a total of $1,677,000, which you'll have to go through here. Some of those change order, Tim, were such things as,
Oh, geez. There's been, just thinking at the beginning, there was comments. I think there was a large one from some comments through the V-Trans permitting. And there's been a number of small changes at the pump station and the well house. Geez, yeah, I wasn't prepared to.
Power, the auxiliary power had to be moved outside. It was
Yes.
a lot bigger than we could fit inside. So that brought us up to 21,057,000. So, and then there's swells at 465 on here.
So-
What?
Yeah,
and then
so
there's
these-
I'm reading from here, John, then contingent, and then there's engineering, construction phase, 1,310,000, and then there's construction phase amendment, specialized testing for $9,855, and I don't know, was that the bats or whatever, Tim? Does that go back to that? Specialized
No,
testing?
no, that was, so during, in our budget, which is part of our budget is T&E, which has a number of things, but in that is testing for like concrete and, soil compaction, that type of thing. So that was going to be exceeded, so we requested an amendment.
So the total construction was supposed to be $23 million. Bill.
Okay.
And then it came in at 18.2, we added a whole bunch of stuff.
So you're authorized for 23 and you've crept up to 23. Is basically
Well,
where
we're authorized for 23 plus the engineering,
right.
so we're been closer to 24.5.
Okay.
So now they're still saying
Still
it's
well.
23.
Yeah, and so these first four items, contract 1 to 3A plus these adults, that was all original bid amounts. The town elected to accept those adults, so that
On the day of the bid.
Yep.
The day of the bid.
yeah, so it was, yeah, like you said, probably closer to 19.5 or something.
Okay. Lisa. Sorry if you're still there.
I just wanted to, I had just a few comments, like when John was talking about the, why Dufresne Group never picked up, the erosion, the need for the additional erosion control. And we did have a lot of internal conversations, Brian, myself, Patrick, about this. And I mean, there were a lot of iterations and we've made, pushed back with Casella. So this has kind of been going on for a while, but just remember, Jim, we inherited these shovel-ready plans, and that piece of this pipe, actually, that work, it was designed by SP Land's engineer,
So it's SP
which
Land.
Dufresne took on, and I'm not saying they shouldn't.
No,
have.
whose engineering stamp is on it, Lisa?
Well, I think I don't know, John. I know.
think that's the
I know
conversation.
I knew Dufresne inherited the
I'm
plans.
gonna stop the conversation now because I think you're getting into some legal stuff here, Lisa. It's.
Yeah.
We had this thing going in the right direction. It's not in the original bid.
Right.
That's it. It's
Yeah.
not in the original bid.
Agreed.
Who didn't pick up on it? I'm not going there, okay? I'm not going there. Maybe John
Okay.
wants to go there, maybe Roger, maybe Bill, maybe Vito, but we're not at that point yet, okay?
Okay, good.
I have a motion and it's second to move forward with the dollar amount that I stated, Tim, without the 5%, with looking into removing the accommodation per diems. And if there is any costs that was already done to the area that John's talking about in.
The costs that were included in the initial contract.
Right.
have
Yet to
not
be
been
executed.
performed,
Have not
Are
been
gonna be
performed.
replaced by the current bid.
Right. So,
And honestly, the per diem seemed to pick up, Tim, somewhere around January of this year. All of a sudden, we started getting per diem charges, which again is not a lot, any one single charge, but like I'm probably at 25,000, just flipping through the last couple of them. So I'd like to definitely get some definition as to what we're paying per diem.
so motion is on the floor right now for $465,943.
443. 443, 548.
Frankly, I would like to see a much cleaner presentation of all this.
So my motion is on the floor, you second it. You guys can vote no.
Yep.
That's, or we can go in a circle for another half hour.
Well, I mean, I guess the point being, okay, We
I'm
cannot,
with you.
we cannot forget the number, so, but if you ignore the number for a minute, okay, do we all agree that based on the recommendation of the engineer, that the work needs to be done?
I do.
Yeah, I do as well.
I don't dispute that the work needs to be done. What I am concerned about is the presentation. And why wasn't it picked up before, this whole situation? And, you know, are we duplicating payments on work that was in the original bid that now is not going to be done, the so-called seeding and loam? Not gonna be planting grass on rock. So.
Well, you're gonna be putting rock on grass. The dirt is already down and the grass is already there.
Well, I would imagine that they didn't do all the erosion control work if they're saying we need.
They didn't do all the backfilling.
Well, if they didn't do the backfilling, they didn't do the erosion control. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Is that something that was in the original contract that they didn't do? If they didn't backfill, that's where that credit comes in.
What I heard
Okay.
Tim say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Tim, they did the basic minimum erosion control, seeding and everything to get into the winter months and the fall.
Yeah, so there's kind of the downhill side of the pipe route. They had seeded and loamed most of that, which wouldn't be affected by this change order.
So most of that, so not all of it. So some of it has to come out of, also, you haven't paid that yet because they haven't shown that they've done that work.
Yeah, so there's a portion that has not been done per the original contract.
So for the total bill then, I think what this group is looking for is that amount of money to be taken out of the 21,523,000.
Gotcha.
Plus this one shows the 465, so we're getting down to the 433. So that's what they're looking for. Do we have to have an answer for this today, Tim, to sign off?
No.
Okay. Can we come back with a cleaner sheet that doesn't show us the 378,000? Doesn't show us some of this other stuff?
It only shows an increase of 443.
It only shows, well, that will give you time, Tim. Say the board doesn't want to see the per diem hotel stay. And the board would also like to see what work was not done in the basic, the original quote for erosion control.
Yeah.
We'll have a clean sheet for work off. I think everybody here is in.
Can I just ask a question just to confirm? Because I thought I heard that this need of this riprap or whatever the stone is, it was first identified sometime in the fall.
Correct.
And that's when supposedly this erosion control, the basic erosion control was done?
No, I mean, so they had kind of what I call final stabilization on some of it. And then there was the other uphill area that was it was left until the spring to see how it
wasn't done at all. Okay.
Correct.
The issue with this, I think, is the water coming down. If it's not broken up, it's gonna hit the pump station.
No, I understand the need for it. I'm not against
I don't think
doing
there's
it. I
any
just want
question
to make
about
sure
the
we don't get
need. I
screwed.
think there's a lot of other questions that I could probably write 20 questions about that need to be
Tim,
answered
do you have enough?
Just the due diligence on the
forward.
numbers.
on a lot of things.
Yes.
Do you have enough information to go forward and just having a cleaner sheet here? Without
Yep.
the 378 and the 465 and the hotel stays and work that was already, or work that was not done, the original bid to be subtracted from the total. And if it's possible of getting just something from Don Haddock by the 22nd saying that he's looking at this and he's agreeing to it, or,
Sure, that would be great.
okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
And Tim,
I get a motion to table this to the 22nd.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Citizens' comments and concerns. I'm gonna look into the audience. Go ahead, Ken, say your name.
Ken Wanzer, Killington resident. So, comment and concern. Listening to this for about an hour, I guess this could be an example of, what we're up against when we talk about contracting services in the future. For a financial director, okay, town finances, and also for public works and anything else that the board may come up and think about, okay, putting it out, okay, to contracting services. Second item is, okay, clerk of the works, okay, for something like this would be nice to have for the town. We didn't have one for the public safety building. Okay, we didn't have one for another project. So those are my two comments.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, Jane.
By the library and say thank you. I don't know why people won't come and speak up. They handed me questions that they wanted me to bring up, and I will do that today, but I won't do it again because other people that have the same concerns need to speak up at town meetings. 3 years ago, June of 2023, this town was financially stable. We had reached a point where we no longer needed a gap loan to cover operations. Today, residents are hearing warnings of serious cash flow challenges, so they want to know what specifically happened between then and now to produce such a dramatic change in the town's financial conditions. They wanted to know if the board could provide a timeline showing when financial concerns first became apparent, what actions we're taking, and why those actions didn't resolve their problems. Residents have expressed concerns to me that the town appears to be relying on temporary solutions to address ongoing financial challenges. Can the board explain in English how operating expenses are currently being funded? Are reserves, restricted funds, or one-time revenues being used to cover recurring expenses? And if so, what's the long-term plan? How are town departments expected to function without an approved budget? And what contingency plans are in place to maintain services if the budget vote in August doesn't pass? How did Killington move from discussing growth, development, and major capital projects to discussing staff reductions, financial instability, and emergency budget measures in such a short period of time? In the last 14 years, and I've been here for 12, the board, we've gone through 7 town managers in the last 12 years. Has the board examined whether this level of turnover indicates a bigger problem than just the town manager? If the select board approved a budget and presented it to the voters, why did some board members later encourage residents to vote against that same budget? What changed between approval and the public campaign against it? Did circumstances change, or did some members support a budget that they ultimately did not believe was workable? And to wrap this up, an old Killington gentleman, and I do mean old, who's been here for a good 50 or 60 years, was in tears when he said to me, "The good old days of Killington where people worked together for the good are gone. What I remember was a lot better than what we have now." He said, "What I've seen is that people are concerned about the tone in the public, the interruptions, people speaking over each other, raised voices, unanswered questions, making it difficult for the people to trust the select board." This is what we hear all day, every week. Men generally go to the transfer station to complain. Women come to the library. So we hear it. Whether you believe it or not is not mine to say. As I said before, people need to come and speak if they want their voices heard. And the last thing I will say has nothing to do with any of that. Your library was chosen as one of 2 libraries in the state of Vermont to represent the state of Vermont at the National Institute of Museum and Library Sciences this week in Washington, D.C.
Jane, can I get a copy of that or?
Absolutely.
Even that one if you would, because I actually
Sure.
would like to ask some questions myself.
I'll answer one quick one out there. The budget that was put in front, and I was the one that later on said no, did not include the solar panels, did not include a couple of other items. So when we approved it to go to the voters, and then right after going through stuff, then numbers came up that were not included in there. So I can tell you that I asked for a no vote. Okay, and just as you have 100 people coming to you, there's over 100 people coming to me saying, keep doing what you're doing.
I believe it.
I mean, and you know, you ask questions and I appreciate you asking the questions. But it's the same on the other side. People don't want to come, okay, and say enough is enough. But the solar panels was asked for 2 years.
Oh, I remember
Okay.
because we had a huge disagreement with the select board over where
Not
the
you and
solar
I,
panels
not you and
were
I,
gonna go.
yeah,
They were originally meant to go to block the valley,
right.
and the trustees said no.
Well, and also the gentleman that was making the bid proposal gave coordinates for Pennsylvania, if you remember, that I picked out and said, these coordinates are for Pennsylvania, okay? So, that's the question I'm gonna answer there. As far as saying that the town hasn't had any financial issues, I believe when Michael Ramsey left, there was an $8.4 million bond anticipation note for the TIF district.
That was within the last 3 years.
Yeah, that was 24, 25. He left in 25, okay? And you can go through his emails with the finance department, sending to the bank and saying, let's forget about bonding that TIF thing and redoing it. I'm more interested in $72,000 worth of lawnmowers over at the golf course. And then the finance group coming and saying, we need to refinance this $8.4 million bond. And then he left, okay?
Who brought him in?
You know, the select board brought him in, okay? So, but I'm talking, you're not, okay? So basically, that's what happened. How about coming and telling the group here that your Amazon account is cut in half?
Mhm.
Okay? Because bills aren't paid on time. The select board doesn't pay the bills.
We don't have enough with the
Whatever.
projects.
I'm just
that we
getting
have
at is that
going,
your bills aren't paid on time.
because we need more help in the.
Actually, because we need to move to an ACH payment program that would expedite payment for all of our vendors. I've asked for this now for multiple months and it's yet to see any activity.
Select board concerns at this point.
Excuse me, but this is our meeting?
I'm
our
responding to
meeting.
the questions being asked.
Well, these are not my questions.
No, and
These are questions.
but they're
from
members of the
people.
public and I think it's.
You're the
critical.
presenter for it?
I think it's critical that we reply to the public. I really do. I mean, I sit here and bite my tongue every week. I would love for Patrick to go into great detail right now and explain all of our finance vehicles that we use and how we use them, when we use them, and why we use them. Patrick, could you do that, please? Without your computer, you could just go into them and talk about what we do, how we do.
Why would I do that?
Oh, why
I
are you
would
prepared for it?
I would reference the data that we have.
Well, because we're not talking about data, how we use, well, do what you want to do.
John, I don't memorize everything. I look it up to make sure that it's accurate.
So we could pass the things on here, but you know, remember, people are saying it's a town manager form of government. Okay, we've been sitting here for how long? Saying make a cut
2
to
months.
the administration department, and yet the town manager wants to tell us to make the decision.
You can
It's not our
eliminate
decision.
position,
No, we can't.
but you can't
You
target
can,
people.
We can't talk.
you can absolutely remove a position from the budget
And we
You
said.
cannot fire a
In
person.
the administrative
No, no,
roles.
no. We are giving you the choice. So we can go on
Right,
and
so
on and
you
on.
can, but
whatever.
you're giving me the choice, and my choice is, we are not gonna remove that.
Okay.
And our
so-
finance director has already left, so I believe that I was under the understanding that that is no longer in play.
Yeah, we'll discuss that in the budget. Is there anybody else in the audience that has something? Go ahead.
I'm Nan Solomon. I live in Killington. I'm a voter in Killington. My concern, well, first of all, I'd like to thank Patrick for all he's done for the town, for trying to hold us together, and our support to you. Second of all, my concern is the select board working with Patrick. I have heard through many people that the select board is not supporting Patrick. My question is, my comment is, it's so much easier to break someone down than to build them up. If Patrick needs some assistance in the job he needs to do, I would hope and pray that the select board would work with him and not against him.
And I'll just say, Nan, the select board, myself specifically, has had private conversations with Patrick, not as a board member, but not as a full board, but as a board person. But yet you can see that we're still gonna sit here at a standstill of a person not doing a job that they've been instructed to do from their bosses. That's what I'm gonna say for that. So it is
So
easy to
we're
work
not
together.
working with him.
Oh, no,
You
no.
need to continue to work with him. You don't say that you're gonna fight with him. You're gonna work with him.
We're not fighting with him.
Thank you for listening to me, and this is a concern that not only I have, but many of your voters.
Okay.
Thank
Like
you.
I said before, go ahead, Pat, say your name, please.
Pat Kime, I'm a longtime voter in Killington. Patrick has 100% of my support. Your other stooges do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead there, Josh.
Hi. Patrick, do you mind bringing up the thing I should bring up? My name is Josh Eckler. I am the director of the Killington Search and Rescue Team. I'm an appointed position under the police department. We have two members that are moving out of the area next month, and I want to take this as a public forum to thank them for their service. Sorry, once we get a picture up.
Yeah, let me just share the screen so the people online can see it.
The first person is Dylan Shilan. He joined our team about 2 years ago. He joins as a senior at Castleton University after spending a little over 4.5 years with the Navy. He was a Navy corpsman. If you don't know what a Navy corpsman is, they are probably the most loved person outside of the Marine Corps by the Marines because they are a battlefield medic. They are the guy that will keep you alive and get you home to your family on the battlefield. So he is a highly loved guy by the Marines, active, dedicated to our mission. He probably put in over 80 hours to the town over the last 2 years as an active member. He was part of, I'll explain the picture on the left, the right in a second, but he was part of 5 activations over the last 1.5 years. We train like we fight. And for our December training, both him and myself, we went up behind the PSB. We stripped down to our t-shirts and we rolled around the snow for about 30 minutes and then had the team come up, re-warm us, get ourselves mildly hypothermic. A new member, it was his first training ever. He was kind of appalled by this, but we did have EMT and all that kind of stuff there, so we were safe. But that was him making himself cold, so he was shivering when our team arrived. If you go to the next picture, next page. This is a picture from Super Bowl last year. This picture was taken about 2:30 in the morning. Myself, Dylan, Andy, and another guy, Smith, on our team, we got activated for a lost snowboarder on the backside of Killington at about 8 o'clock. We were on a groomer by 9 o'clock. We were in the woods by 10 o'clock, and we didn't come out until about 2:30 in the morning. The green light that you can see is the groomer that had 7 more individuals from our team that were ready to go in and replace us. We had not found the person. We were on our hike back out from Lenny's Gut, and they were actually found by another SAR team down towards the Wheelerville area. But we had 7 more people in a cab ready to go in to replace us because we were pretty smoked after hiking out for that so long. So thank you, Dylan, to his service. The next person I want to bring up is Marcin. Again, he joined about 2 years ago as well. He grew up in Europe, very skilled mountaineer, climber, great mountain guy, rope skills, all that sort of stuff. Again, very active, dedicated to our mission for KSAR. He probably gave in about 70 hours to the team over the last 2 years. He was part of 7 activations over the last year and a half. There's pictures from Thundering Brook. We had somebody hurt themselves. EMS called us to transport them down the hill. He was actually on a rescue team at Pico this winter with Dylan, surprisingly. Made contact with a patient. He was actually in the cab Super Bowl night for round 2 to go in. And then the next picture, he was nice enough to give, there's one more slide, hopefully. He was nice enough to give his daughter and our wife to us. In January, we did a training off the backside of Killington where his wife and daughter went into the woods and they were our patients. And this is a picture of them and her getting to ride the groomer down at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Was probably a pretty cool experience for her. So anyway, these gentlemen will be greatly missed by our team. We hope them for the best in their future, especially if it brings them back to Killington to rejoin our team. So I'd like a round of applause. Yeah, this quote, I've been the director now for a little over 2 years. I don't got anything to say. I've been the director now for over 2 years. I was brought back on, like rejoined again after things happened. But, you know, the one thing I also want to speak while we have a quorum here is I kind of want to dispel the notion that there is no volunteerism or volunteerism is dead in this community. Every time I hear that, it really bothers me because I myself personally, we'll talk about numbers in a second, but in 2025, the KSR team had 241 events. That means somebody showed up at a training, somebody showed up at an activation, somebody showed up somewhere. Typically, our minimum is about 3 hours, so that equates to probably over 800 hours of service that our team did in 2025. Year to date for this fiscal year, because it starts in July, right? In the last 11 months in 2026, we've had 278 events, which again goes to about 900 hours of overall community support. When I say that, that doesn't include a lot of things. It doesn't include, we were at Long Trail Brewery this past weekend for National Trails Day, kind of working with public do stuff. I've done presentations to Civil Air Patrol. I've gone to Velco. They had a big safety summit, and we did a presentation up there. We've gone to Rochester to talk about the backcountry ski trails and help them and assist them there. NSAA, there was a 2-day event at the resort. We actually were part of a discussion panel as well about doing safety, talking about backcountry resort and all that kind of stuff. Fundraising efforts, I did a safety video with the resort. We've done ATV maintenance on our own. We've done ATV training at the resort, training dry runs, coordination. When we do a training, like for instance, last month, we did a search off of Deer's Leap. That only requires us hiking it once to figure out what we're going to do for the training. We sent another volunteer up to hide clues on the trail, right? So when the team was out there finding clues, and then I mistakenly volunteered to carry an 80-pound sandbag up to the top of, and that was our patient for the night. So these things, even a training event requires a lot of preparation in advance for it. But on top of that, my pack is over there. That's my jacket. You know, if volunteering was dead in this town, I carry on myself when I go out for a winter call with probably about $2,000 to $2,500 worth of gear that I've personally bought for myself. That pack was half paid by the town. My jacket was half paid by the town. The remainder of that was actually done fundraising through our efforts through our foundation. When I talk about that stuff, what's in their medical bag, layers, down jacket, hard shell pants, bivy sack, thermarest, multiple headlamps, safety gear. When we leave, you know, for a winter call or any call, it's obviously more important during winter calls. We get a call at 5 o'clock. That bag has got to keep me alive until the following morning, until sun comes around. So we carry about 45, 50 pounds on our back every time we go out. So all of our team members have a similar pack. John, I'm sure he's in the process of building his pack out as a new team member in the last couple of months here. So again, volunteerism isn't dead. We're currently moving our vehicles with our own, we're currently moving our ATV with our own personal vehicles. My business truck is used to move that. I moved it this past weekend. I move it every single time we need to go somewhere. Again, we're not getting reimbursed for that kind of gas. Volunteerism isn't dead in this town. Our team was decimated, I think, as people know, about 4 years ago, and we had to rebuild. You know, we weren't decimated. We lost a lot of gear. Trust is really big in the SAR community. And at that time, you know, frankly, our reputation was pretty crushed in the town as far as that goes. We basically have been grinding for the last 4 years now, but for the first year and a half, we grinded to train, and we knew we were not going to get a call until we could provide to the state that we were trustworthy, that we were responsive, and all those types of things. But we are back. Under the purview of the police department, 4 years, we're back and probably stronger than the team has ever been. It's a leadership effort. It's not myself, but it shows that a steady hand, establishing short and long-term goals, having a clear mission, surrounding yourself with people with the right talent, communication, process, productivity, backcountry skills, you can actually rebuild a team. At the state level, they kind of joke around with us because the weekend of President's Day weekend, for instance, we were 20% of all the calls in the state, and we had 6 rescues over the course of 5-6 days. They refer to us now as the Phoenix. I think my official call sign is Phoenix 6. We actually have a little Phoenix hanging on our door now. That's kind of we kind of rose from the ashes. Our reputation with the resort has been it's ever been. I've been on search and rescue for 12 years. They've never publicly spoken about us. And then this last year, they had multiple Instagram posts, they had multiple videos and all that kind of stuff. We have such a great backing with them. We're having a meeting with them tomorrow about this summer and how we can support them and how they can support us. Our relationship with the state, BSP, is stronger than ever. A little side note, we have KSAR hats. A guy who was on Stone Mountain Rescue and part of the BSP SAR sent me a picture one day. He was backcountry skiing. He said, "Oh, I'm repping my KSAR hat." As a person who 4 years ago, they would never even speak to us to where that is now. It shows a huge improvement in how hard we work to get there. We have new applicants constantly flowing in, and much to maybe some of their dismay, we are selective and we are not bringing everybody on because we've worked way too hard to reestablish our team. So in closing, I want to say that, we can bring volunteers back to this town, but we really need strong leadership. We need stability, right? And no one's going to jump on a rocking boat, right? And I think a lot of people have that same sentiment in the room. So if we want to repair things that happened, because ever since things have moved into here, there seems to be a lot of turnover in the EMS, fire, KSAR world. We're back and we're strong. I hope the other services can kind of get that stability put behind them. So
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Any other citizens input? The audience?
Bring something else up.
Go ahead.
Ken Wanzer again, resident. So 3 months ago, March 9th, 2026, okay, I brought up a number of about 20 plus or minus people, okay, that have left, okay, the town for one reason or another. I want to give an update, okay.
Ken, we could do this another time. Just send it to the town manager. No, this is our meeting. Thank you.
I understand, but you gave me the courtesy of.
Yeah, but you know what, Ken, I didn't know you were gonna go into another 20-minute tirade of people that.
After your 45 minutes of
Stop,
trying to
stop,
figure out
stop.
how to control the contract.
Yeah.
And to the-
You guys have to listen.
We don't have to listen. So anybody on the Zoom call needs to say something.
This
please
is about
speak
the
up.
4 recent people in the 3 months that have retired, that have resigned. Okay.
Hey, go
from
ahead,
this
go ahead,
town.
go ahead, Ken, because I.
Very good. Okay, so I'm gonna read this out because it took me a little bit to put it together. And it's done right and it's no myth and it's no hoopla. All right. This is a 3-month.
I'm glad you're able to prepare for it because we come here with paperwork that's given to us Friday night. And we're trying to make sure that the town's not overspending money.
Right.
But thank
You're
you.
prepared. Okay, this wouldn't take as long as these meetings generally do.
They do with you talking for a half hour. but Go
Absolutely,
ahead.
because it's important that the word get out there, Jim.
And if you noticed earlier today, we were discussing the fact that our packets weren't current.
Correct.
Our
I'm
packets
speaking
weren't
with Jim.
current.
You can wait
So
your
it's-
turn because now
You
it's
still point
mine.
at me, Ken, it's kind
Okay.
of rude.
Excuse me,
So the first
point of
one,
order, point of order,
Will Austin.
point of order. Please, everyone stop, let Ken say his piece versus arguing back and forth. Okay, we have a lot of work we have to get done the rest of the night. I really don't want to sit here and argue back and forth for 10 minutes and then let Ken speak. So please, just let him speak, let him say what he has to say, and then we'll continue.
It won't take more than 10 minutes. Bill, thank you. Will Austin, Assistant Town Manager, Zoning Administrator, hired on 2/10/2024 by Town Manager Michael Ramsey. Will resigned on 3/13/2026. Okay. Performs professional, administrative, and technical support on land use issues, okay, for the town, primarily through the planning committee. assist planning director by providing technical assistance on all planning issues, reviewing and coordinating all aspects of site plan review, subdivision review, special permits and zoning bylaw changes, and attend planning commission and development review board meetings. Following a 6-month training period, the assistant planner, will be appointed zoning administrator by the Board of Selectmen and may be charged to manage, town short-term rental program. From the planning commission meeting on 4/8/2026, meeting minutes, item number 7. Personal change, Will Austin left his position as assistant planner and is now working for the Rutland Regional Planning Commission. With Will gone, there's a lot of work that needs to be picked up by town staff. Regarding the FEMA work, the town manager will pick this up until the town hires a public works director. Davis Lewis submitted the application for the highway grants and aid, but Chad, the highway foreman, will follow up on that. The E911 signs, will go back to the fire department. Davis Lewis had offloaded, much of the planning department work to Will so that she could focus on Killington Road Phase 1A and 1B. Overall, and the TIF project. She will have to take over all the planning department work. Hopefully the town, will hire a public works director who can then take over, the road project. She goes on to say, different things about the assignments that and tasks that Will had, and now which need to be passed on, to other staff members. Second position too, that was indicated here was Transportation Advisory Committee. Abby Sherman held that position and no one took over after she left. So there's another vacancy. The points here are, that when one person leaves, they handle more than one thing. Other things need to be passed on, to other staff members. Ricky Bowen, second one to go. Voted in as selectman by town citizens on 3/4/2025, re-elected 3/3/2026. Peter Osenis and John Wasaki were elected to the select board on 3/3/2026. The reorganization of the board took place at 3/9/2026 select board meeting, wherein Jim Half was nominated as select board chair, Bill Vines vice chair. Ricky Bowen resigned from the board on 5/6/2026, effective immediately. Ricky Bowen, a town selectman for 14 months and a town employee for 36 years prior, noted the following at the 4/13 select board meeting, which was also entered into the meeting minutes. Quote, I would like to address the hostility and genuinely horrible treatment of town employees past and present. Quote, I think it's absolutely despicable how the employees are being treated through the budget process, and they don't deserve to be treated this way. Quote, instead of forcing people out or not caring if employees leave, the town should want people to make their career as a town employee. Ricky went on to address the high turnover of the town employees during the past 15 years, but especially the past 5 to 6, the toxic work environment and the lack of respect. Third person to go, Billy Austin, fire chief, resigned on 4/23/2026, effective date 5/4/2026. Billy Austin's resignation letter, dated 4/23/2026, was read at the 5/11/2026 select board meeting, noting, quote, the lack of funding of adequate staffing and training and the infighting and lack of support for employees. Billy also indicated in his resignation, the actions by some in leadership in the town to undermine employees is a clear attempt to wipe the slate clean. Those who talk the biggest game in the public eye with words of progress and Killington forward spend the most time behind closed doors trying to undermine the same people they claim to support. Past employee number 4, Kirsten Hathaway Olson, Financial Director, resigned on 5/22/2026, effective June 5, 2026. In her letter of resignation, she noted, quote, when I began this role, the late David Atherton made it clear that significant work was needed to address issues with the town's financial operations resulting from a former employee. I have worked diligently to fulfill those responsibilities and am proud of the progress that has been made during my tenure. Quote, since March 3, the direction of the majority of the select board, with its lack of respect for the retaliation against employees, particularly those who chosen to unionize, has increasingly made my position untenable. As a result, I have made the difficult decision to resign. In closing, the point of this update is to show a pattern of behavior by the select board with the goal of dismantling town staffing and replacing them with contracted services. This brings up many questions. 1, who is going to manage the contract services? 2, who do taxpayers contact to resolve issues or get answers to questions? 3, how will the contracted services save the town money? 4, is this the direction that the town taxpayers and voters want to see in the town moving in? 5, how does this playbook end? 6, is this Killington forward what we want? And the list of questions continue. I rest my case. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Devoted,
Thank you,
Bill.
Ken. I'd love to get a copy of that. I'd like a copy of the letter so I can.
Bill asked.
Jim, I'd just like to make a quick comment. And Ken, I do appreciate what you say. I think the important things are the last 6 items.
Right.
Okay, the last 6 questions. But I do want to tell you, that this group here, we seem like we fight like cats and dogs with one another all the time. I can tell you, you don't. We have private conversations with one another where we're working on projects. Like we're going to have a conversation about a project that Vito and I worked on, later on tonight, that went very well, working together. We're working on projects coordinating with unions that work very well. I've been on the board for a year now. When I came onto the board a year ago, my first project was to work with Dave to go over the budget in detail. I did that on my own, so I could understand what was going on in the budget. And what I found, quite frankly, upset me, because there were a number of things that were not, for good or bad, properly recorded under what I would consider to be proper financial practices. And I can tell you that the board has been going through that over the last year. It's very, very difficult. We all have different experience sets. We all come from different businesses. We're all trying to figure out how to work together. We're all trying to figure out who has the right idea, who has the wrong idea. None of us have all of the right ideas. And by the other side, none of us have all the wrong ideas either. We have to work this through and get it done. And it's very, very difficult. We look at the problems of trying to balance the employees of the town. They should be compensated fairly. We need enough of them to deliver services. But we also have to be very aware of the tax burden that we're putting on the citizens. And it's a very, very difficult job. And we're struggling to try to work together to do that. But we're committed. We're struggling.
Not struggling.
No,
We're working.
No, we're working, but it appears, that
I don't care. We're working.
no, we are working, Jim. But the point is, we're all trying to work together. We're all coming from different points of view, and we will work this out. By definition, we will create a budget for the town that the townspeople will vote on again. That's our job. That's our responsibility. We will work with the town manager. We are, and we will continue to be. Yeah, that's the point. And it is chaotic. It looks chaotic, but we are trying to solve the problems of the town.
And it annoys me that we have to sit here knowing certain things that the public doesn't know. And Mr. Wanzer has to continue to come in and bring up like Billy Austin. Is Billy Austin even a firefighter one, Mr. Manager? Was he level one of a firefighter? Certified, was he?
He was ABC.
Was he?
What was he level one?
He is ABC. To be level one, you also need D&E, which he would need to get within the year.
Did he
So
have
he
it?
was in,
Did he have it?
he was in compliance.
Did he have
with where he was at?
Did Mr. Austin, and I hate doing this, but I'm gonna have to, okay? Did Mr. Austin get hired on by the town manager, Dave Atherton, a prior time? And then was fired because he didn't have the certifications within
He
the
was-
6 months?
he was- No,
He
I'll
was-
tell you, he was fired within the 6 months, and that's what's on the letter.
Okay, what about
It
the
was
email?
at the discretion.
Okay, did the town receive a
I'll
forensic?
just read, let me just read what I have here.
Excuse me.
We're gonna read, no, really.
Is it advancing the work that we need?
No.
This isn't.
It's no more.
This is not your
constructive than
meeting.
you
This
walking
is our-
around
I understand it's
town
not my
telling
meeting.
people.
Stop.
No,
Stop.
But is
Let's do
is
this.
this advancing the work we need to get done?
Well,
Seriously.
it will stop.
I
It
don't
will
know why this
stop.
board keeps perseverating on former employees who have spoken out against. it.
Because Ken brought it up.
Because Ken brought it up,
Right,
and so I
just
just,
move
And this is the second time he's
And
done
you
this.
can just
Vito,
move
Vito.
on.
no, so you stop. Wait a second, I am the chair here. So Ken, Billy
Yeah.
Austin was hired on, okay? The town received a $15,000 to $20,000 fine for a hazmat issue.
I'd be careful reading that, John, because there's
The-
unsubstantiated
the-
slander of a person if you do.
Well, we're being slandered here, okay?
No.
The town was,
You guys.
yeah, he was,
Thank
you guys stop it, I'm gonna finish. So Billy Austin was never firefighter one. He was quiet. He was given 6 months the first time to get to level one. He did not do it. He was hired back on after being fired, okay, for multiple reasons. Blowing an air horn off into another officer's ear while sleeping,
He
okay?
was let go because
What?
he was within his 6
And
months.
then,
Patrick.
so then there was another incident.
Inaccurate.
Patrick,
And so basically he was fired,
please.
and
just
then
shut
a
up
town man,
Finish his talking.
yeah, then a town manager hired him back on to be a chief. He wasn't even level one. He was hired on to be a chief. It has taken this board in multiple emails going back and forth, okay, to just get the emails. How long did you know that Billy Austin was not level one? Well, you know for a long time.
Was it general knowledge?
I'm not gonna get in the middle of this.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So, but Mr. Wanza
so let
wants
me
to
read
keep
this.
coming here and throwing this stuff as it's the board. The management here has a habit lately of forcing out people that were qualified and hiring an unqualified. So if we want to get into Kirsten Hathaway, she was selling conference sales and weddings at Killington 6 years ago. She has no background, no college
That's
education in
That's-
financing. Please stop. The town select board in the background nicely has been asking for documentation of where we stand for with our finances. You just heard earlier in the minutes that Stephanie Clark could not substantiate the numbers. There's 30-something million out there, and we had a person that does not know the numbers, and still Stephanie Clark spent, I'd like to see her bill of just talking to Kirsten Hathaway, okay? And there was a full day or whatever at one point, and basically, we have no idea where we're at,
That's inaccurate.
okay? You know what? I am telling the facts. If we want to go back to emails, we can go back to emails.
So if you want to keep coming here and picking on why people are leaving, okay, go talk to Will Austin and ask him why he left.
Not why they're
Okay?
leaving,
Boom.
why they continue to leave.
Yeah.
This is a history.
They continue to
okay,
leave
that
because
goes on.
people like you come in here and
People
make
like
it
me.
sound like it's a big issue.
It is a
Let
big
the
issue.
management do their job and let the select board do their job.
Bill Vine.
Stop, George,
Bill Vine.
John, go ahead.
Okay, to your point, Bill.
Ken,
is taking
we
you.
let you-
Ken, we
Ken,
need
we
you to
let you
stop.
read your letter
Ken, we need you to stop.
in, rhetorically now multiple weeks.
Send it
Can you
to
give
me.
me a minute, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we have an email here from Craig Bowman. This was from Craig Bowman
quiet.
to David Atherton, okay? David, you'll find the termination letter attached. I don't know if you want me to add anything to it with incident with, this is his writing, not mine, with incident with the hazmat situation, the blowing off the air horn in the office area, and another thing which I will not include in public record. So, we had Mr. Austin, and we fired him as a fire. The town fired him as a firefighter one, which he wasn't certified for. The town manager told us he was when we queried it. He was certified. However, when we went back to request the records from Pittsford from the fire chief's department, because we wanted facts, not fire academy. We wanted facts, not hyperbole. It was determined that he did not. He had the potential to become certified, but that he was not certified. So we hired a gentleman who came in, caused the town $30,000 in a hazmat lawsuit or hazmat VOSHA case, which I can give you the paperwork for that because I have that as well.
I think it got lowered to 13.
Okay, so it got lowered to 13. So the town got fined $13,000 because he performed hazmat activity that he was not qualified to perform. So he also then blows an air horn off in the office area in the ear of another colleague, okay? So we decide he's probably not a good fit, so we terminate him.
Well, you weren't here.
Well, no, I say we, when I say we, folks, I'm talking
Patrick
about the
was-
town of, I'm talking about the town of Killington. I'm just
Right.
generalizing, okay? So we fire this gentleman because, well, he's probably not really a good, utilization of resources, and he's not qualified, meaning he's not certified. So then,
You had a year to get the
so
certification.
then Mr. Atherton sadly deceases, okay? And,
Dave wanted to hire him back.
but before he was ready to decease, before he deceased, he was preparing to actually hire Mr. Austin back, the gentleman who had a hazmat issue and blew off an air horn in a colleague's ear, which could have obviously caused lifetime damage, right? So he does this, but yet Mr. Atherton thinks, I'm gonna hire him back and I'm gonna promote him now to be the chief of the fire department. Does that make sense? I just want to make sense. Does that make sense to anybody in the audience that someone who does these other things would be rehired with promotion?
No,
No, I'm asking you a question.
And I'm answering you.
Does
You asked me a
it make
question.
sense that you would
You
hire
asked
someone and promote them
so let me
after
answer.
such incidents when
You
they're not
asked a
qualified?
question, okay, and I'll answer it, okay? How about, the people that came before them?
All right, so that's
Have you
deflection. I'm
checked
talking
them?
about Mr. Austin right now.
I'm talking about.
Ken, I'm not getting into that. I'm talking about Mr. Austin.
I'm talking
So
about.
let me.
John, stop, John, let's
No, I
stop.
wanna
No,
finish.
you lost because he's gonna keep going back further and
I'm
further.
gonna finish.
You lost.
I'm gonna finish. So
And that's what
then,
we're dealing with as
so
a
then
board.
we hire Mr. Austin back, right? Again, Mr. Atherton sadly deceases, and the town manager who comes in after him finishes. The interim town manager comes in and finishes what David was planning to do, which was rehire Mr. Austin now to be our fire chief. Still not qualified as a officer, not even as a firefighter one, but as a fire chief or a fire officer, okay? So he's not qualified in either case, but we rehire him and promote him after he cost us money and potential injury to a colleague. So what kind of a leader would do that to a colleague and then you'd create him a leader? I don't think that's not what I would do, but whatever.
And Johnny
And
came
then-
back and did a
and-
great
and-
job.
And then after that,
Patrick, we're gonna ask you
Boosting
to-
morale.
so he came back after that.
Patrick,
He came back after that.
You want me to
Please.
make a
No more
motion?
yelling.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen, please.
You obviously can't hear.
Gentlemen, I think this is
Normal tone of
important
voice.
information for the public. Can we
I've
finish?
asked him several times to keep quiet, and he keeps rambling on and on.
So,
That is correct.
so then we,
Out, get out.
we,
Hold on, Vito.
we
Stop.
hire we hire Mr. Austin back, okay? He's now been promoted. He comes into, and I wasn't on the board, but I was here during his delivery of his budget. And in that budget, he says, well, if we don't get it, I'm gonna leave. Okay, so he's now confirmed he's not really committed to the town of Killington because he's willing to leave.
No, he's.
At one point, he sends an email, and this is very important for all of us who worry about public safety.
Right.
At one point, he sends an email to his staff that says, if there is less than 4 people to respond to a fire in the firehouse, meaning less than 4 people on staff, do not respond to a fire. So now that means, ma'am, your house is burning down. There's only 3 people who are paying full-time money to respond to your fire. And Mr. Austin is telling them, do not reply to that. Do not go out on the call. Do not go out. Do not set up hoses. I understand not entering the building because, well, that might put those firefighters at risk. But he's actually saying, do not even respond, even though we have 3 full-time people in the firehouse in the moment. Okay? So I'm not so sure that Mr. Austin was really looking out for our community in that. Now, subsequently, 6 weeks ago, maybe now, Patrick, he walked into Patrick's office and quit. Okay? Now, that was kind of weird, but knowing he wasn't qualified, Patrick still hired him back again, and the next day, hired him back. So I don't understand how that happens, but that is what happened. Now, the
John,
last
you don't
thing,
understand it.
the last
but
thing
you-
that happened,
Ken, we let you talk.
the last thing that happened that was really, I think very telling was, and I'm going to say this, and I will probably, I guess I'm going to be in violation of.
Don't say it.
Well,
Right,
don't
I
say it.
won't say it, but let's just say there were questions asked.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, within 48 hours of questions being asked, we had a resignation letter from Mr. Austin. So I hope that at least provides some information to the public in terms of disclosure. Now, understand, folks, I actually have been trying to pursue a list of email information for the last 2 weeks from our town manager, and he has not supplied this information to me, so I can provide it to you, the public, in full disclosure, which is what I ran on. And I'm sorry, but I'm trying to provide you information
Well,
to
we as a
answer
board,
Jane's
John.
question. Well, yes, but I've had to consistently follow up because I'm just not getting responses to the information. Jane, I want to answer your questions. I want to answer your questions because that's why I want the letter. Ken, I want your letter because I'd love to be able to provide you factual responses, not I feels, not these people have just arbitrarily left, but reasons and facts, because I think facts speak to reality. And the reality is that when we hire unqualified people, we get unqualified result. And I'm sorry, that's the reality. I'm done. Thank you.
Anybody else on Zoom would like to
Yes,
speak?
Andrew again, I would like to speak for a second.
Go ahead.
There's also Stevens.
So you guys are talking nonsense about saving little bit of money there and there. Our biggest problem is Killington Town is like a Titanic. We're sinking down. We're going bankrupt. You guys did not listen to the finance director who advised you to sell something so we can get some money. We need money coming in. We have 1.3 million in delinquent taxes. We're spending $500,000 a month, and yet we're running out of money. How are you guys going to address this issue? The budget is not passed. Did you hear the town manager's report a few weeks ago? He said that banks refuse to loan us money because we have a bad reputation and we have no budget in place. You guys are talking about little stuff about some other employees, but you're not focusing on the most important part is the budget. We need to pass it. We need money coming in. And you are overloading Patrick with some bullshit questions and so on. We need, you cut his staff. It's total retaliation. Easy to say, May 6th, last year, there was a 911 call, and one person from the town went and reported an incident. And conveniently, one of that 3 people was
Andrew, was
targeted
that when
by
I
the
was
select
notified by
board
the select
because
board?
you advised the town manager to fire one of those people. So my question to the town manager is, where do we stand with ethical violation and investigation? And mainly, like, what are we gonna do to survive? Because we're going bankrupt. I would like to know, it's a normal question to the select board. What are you guys doing so that we do not go bankrupt? Please answer.
We're not going bankrupt, Andrew, but if you want to keep on scaring people, go ahead. So since we're going to keep on bringing up Mr. Montgomery, Chief Montgomery, was there a 911 phone call on May 6th? You know there was not. You know there was not a
It's a
911
report.
What
Go. Stop, Andrew. I am asking, please, Chief.
I'm
Officer.
accurate in answering your question in what regard?
Was there a 911 phone call from Town Hall to the police station on May 6th?
There was not a 911 call, no.
Okay, so we're gonna keep on going on that there's a 911 phone call. There was a report of a person coming anonymously to the police station at 6:36 or 6:31 PM. And the report says that they came directly from the town hall. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so it says in the report that a finance person or an employee with a select board member, I guess that would be me, okay, was the person that was yelling and screaming at a town manager, okay? And they came here
Quote
directly.
from the top of the line.
From the
top
town
of the
hall.
line.
Please stop. Please stop, Andrew. You spoke and you're making all these accusations and, you know, it's just like you have a college education, but you don't. So anyway, the person came
You don't
here
know how to
shortly
use a
after
computer.
6
Everybody
something.
knows that.
Can you please mute him? The person came here after 6 o'clock. You know, so May 6th, Mr. Atherton comes storming down the basement towards my office and starts yelling and screaming at me on a budget. I gave him, that was at about 5:46 PM. Okay, I can back it up with text and I can back it up with an email. I gave Mr. Atherton, after he stormed out of the building, slamming the door, I gave him 10 minutes for me to call him. And basically, I have a picture here of the phone call because I took a picture snapshot. I was on the phone with Mr. Atherton from 5:02 PM on May 6th. And I was on the phone call for 58 minutes with him. He was already home in Rutland. So whatever, okay? He was not in the town hall at the time. There was no E911 phone call. So you can keep on going on and on and on, and you keep on going on with this here. There is an ethics thing going on. Yes, I was questioned last Monday for 2.5 hours. And you know what? You want all this to come out because you want to keep on pressing it? It will, okay? And it's gonna come out. Have the forensic audit, stuff will go out. Would you like to talk about hostile environment? Mona, I have a picture here of you putting in town files a letter that says, stay the hell out of my files. If you want them, ask for them, okay? So how does that work, Mona? So give me a break. You want to have a voice, you want to see a text from Dave Atherton to me one morning saying, hey, Jim, you took it too far last night. I'll see you tomorrow. And then cut my vacation time and my sick time. You want to see another text that he sent to me? You really want to make me your enemy? I can't believe people send this documentation out and doesn't think the person that is being attacked is going to snap pictures of it just in case they knock it down. Okay? So let's get this done with. I've been quiet for 2 years listening to, yes, Andrew, this ass putting charges against me. This is my meeting and I can call him and ask, but he's an ass. You want to get to the point where he runs and he says, so that's what you're going to pick on after all of this. He has a college ID. He has a college graduation. He never passed college, folks. His professor called me and said he failed the class. Okay?
You want to talk about being nice? He double billed. You can laugh, Pat. He double billed your elementary school. He double billed them. Double billed the elementary school. And then, yes, I corrected it. Oleg, we worked out a price. Okay? Joe Rigoli, Mary Guggenberger asked her. You guys double billed the school. And
That's
then when we
bullshit.
finally
How come
settled- when we
I
finally
donated
settled on-
$5,000?
we
I
finally
donated
settled on the
$5,000 to the school,
When
and I
we
was
finally settled on the right number, he came back to the principal of the school and said, I have to make my business partner Oleg happy. Can I charge an extra $10,000? And my wife and I will donate 10 grand to it. You weren't involved in it. You were not involved in it. Oleg. This is what your business partner did. Okay?
The business partner at that time,
You know,
and whatever you said at the end is a lie.
you know.
To make me happy, I wasn't a business partner with him until the last year. The school was what,
That's what he told us, Oleg. That's what he told the principal of the school. Go talk. So you know what, Ken? When the board goes into executive sessions, I'm sorry, Mr. Jay Hickory, wondering when we go into executive session, he wants to know what goes on. Guess what? We got to listen to a lot of crap that town managers don't hire qualified people. Okay? We have to listen to people not following policy. We have to listen to people saying the policy is wrong, yet they signed it. The manager wrote the policy. You guys all signed it. Then you didn't agree to it. You were not part of it. You agreed to it. I'm not throwing you in there. So, you know, we've been trying to keep, and you want to keep coming in here and throw another person's name in. I do not like to come out and say anything. I've known about Billy for over a year, okay? But you want to push it and push it and push it and make this board look like they're making the wrong decisions. We made the right decisions, and we're going to move forward, and this town is going to go forward. So I'm going to call the end of citizens input.
Josh Stevens had a question.
I don't really care at this point. We can move on. Okay? It's 10 minutes and Mr. Wanza was worrying about us spending 40 minutes on trying to figure out $443,000, but they want to waste the next hour on their false complaints. So basically we have delinquent. I'm going over the appointments. We're not going to do the RRPC. It is already 9:09.
All it takes is a signature.
I'm telling you no. Okay? So we're moving on to the delinquent tax warrant sales.
Goes to June 22nd.
So I've got a warrant in front of me that says warrant by Board of Selectmen to collector of taxes regarding 2025 and prior delinquent taxes and sewer assessments. Okay? Then I have one that says 2024 and prior delinquent. Then I have one that says 2023 and prior. Then I have one that says 2022 and prior. Then I have one that says 2021 and prior. And then I have one that says 2020 and prior. Maybe we just needed the one that said 2025 and prior.
The attorney asked for all of them.
Okay. So does this include sewer in here?
This is only for delinquent property taxes.
Okay, what you're asking me to sign for is 2025, 2024.
Oh, sorry, and
back,
sewer, yeah.
and sewer.
Yeah, and sewer.
So I have this paperwork here now in front of me. What differentiates, what changes here of what is property taxes and what is sewer? It's your paperwork, it's not mine. Which is.
This is the comparative budget. The sewer would be if the properties are going through tax sale have sewer delinquencies as well.
This is asking for us to, warrant by Board of Selectmen to collector of taxes regarding 2025 and prior delinquent taxes and sewer assessments.
Do you want to cross out the sewer assessments?
I want to do it correctly. So if there's no sewer assessments here,
then let's cross it out and sign these. We would need to get the town money.
When will we have this money?
This would, the tax sales would be scheduled into like September at this point, because most of these owners are out of town and they have to go through certified mail, and if they don't get contact by certified mail, then they have to have a person go out and try and locate them. This all takes time.
And this is something that you told us earlier in the year that you would have before the year ended. I believe Mrs. Wanzer asked that question, and you said you would have it done by the end of June. Can I get a motion to move ahead with the town manager moving forward as the warrant for a warrant by Board of Selectmen to collector of taxes regarding 2025 and prior delinquent taxes and sewer assessment. Also for 2024, also for 2023, 2022, 2021, and 2020.
So moved.
Any discussion? Other than crossing out and sewer assessments?
So is it it's just taxes, it is not sewer?
You can collect just the taxes. That's what you have in front of you on the paper.
So these numbers are only for taxes?
They're only for taxes, but yet he was asking for taxes and sewer, but we don't have sewer.
Sewer assessment.
We can go in the general fund anyway with it.
Doesn't matter, it's what we're signing for,
No,
because
that's
we
fine.
get tagged for it anyway, so. If we're gonna sign something, I'd like to sign something that is correct. And for those that ask, like the select board work, as a chair, I have an email my first time as the chair off to the town manager saying, how about we meet on Friday and go over the stuff beforehand? But you didn't want to, so you just sent me the.
With you.
Not the first. I had to after the meeting with. So. Yeah, that happens a lot, so.
Now, when would Jim?
I gotta say, to those that are still here, this is like 2 years of being built up in here, okay? So. And you can go talk to Will Austin, and he'll tell you the truth of why people were leaving and how Dave was just, whatever, we'll all do it, we'll do it. I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that.
More than 2 years of built up.
Yeah, maybe about 18 with
Patrick,
you.
when will Jim Barlow get the tax letters out?
So the original tax letters have gone out.
They've gone out?
And yes, this is further on in the steps.
Yeah.
This is, we need to certify these with the clerk. He needs to see that. He then gives us another letter that he signed as the delinquent tax collector. We get certified at that, and then he goes through the process I was just describing about.
Okay, so this kicks off that certification process to validate and, prior to giving a legal notice to the people. Okay. So
We do have a few people that are in repayment programs, and so they will not be progress further into the progress or the process unless they stop or miss payments.
and hopefully some other people enter repayment programs when they see this.
Yes.
Okay.
That is, either paid off in full and that's what Jim Barlow says typically happens.
You have everything back.
23, 21, 23, 25, 24. Yep, I have it back.
Okay. Forensic audit company discussion and selection.
It's gonna be these forms. The weighted score and these, if I'm correct, the weighted score is combined, correct? There, it was combined and then weighted.
The weighted scores the one for, well, everybody made their own, and it's calculated based on the percentage of the total and then the average.
So the top one was Narrock Smith. And then the second would be Saks. If you have questions about the board, has general questions about those.
So now Rock Smith came in at 7.35.
None of this is mine, I know this.
Yeah. What do you need? This Patrick gave us. Al, should be given.
Nope. I had them out. You
Might
can have mine.
might have been late.
Yeah.
Might not have been here. I mean, you might not have been here when it comes back.
That's all right.
And the second one at 7.02 is SAX, SAX. Is that correct?
The second was Saks, yes.
You want to just run? I did not grade these things because we handed it off to some people. I think Roger, you took yours to just go through it since it was handed to us.
I don't know about the rest of you guys. I did make some notes on my tally sheet. If you look at that. So there are people who didn't necessarily score the highest, who had some commentary, you know, that they give them a plus or not, but like, well, I was high on RX Smith. I like them. My notes on them.
So there's a lot of public sector work.
Well, yeah, they mainly do public sector stuff.
They've got
And
3 months in Long Island.
Yeah, so their timeline is good and they're fairly local, being in Long Island. So
some of them we had were, since we received about 17 and it was nationwide.
I also put NARAC as number one on my list, and they described their experience with a regional team in New York based, and they look like, I think, were they in Saratoga? I don't remember.
When they're prior.
Yeah, okay. Their technical approach did design a specific approach on how to address the problem, whereas many of the others didn't. Okay. They did have a project plan of roughly 10 weeks. Their fee was reasonable, okay.
135 to 150.
Yeah, in comparison to some of the others, okay. And their proposal was presented clearly, okay, unlike some of the other proposals that we received. So that gave me some hope, okay, that their findings could be clearly presented, because if they can't propose clearly, then there's no way in hell they can present clearly.
You have anything else to add?
well, I think we should consider local firms, give them a little extra scrutiny. Like Barry Dunn, which is, you know, the local in-state clients, so there's, you know, plenty of referrals we can get.
They came out number one on my list.
So, okay.
You want me to pull theirs?
Yeah.
Price.
And then you want to go through where you were at, Patrick?
I like the pricing. It was underneath the bid, the budgeted amount. I like that their blended rate was at 250 an hour for 740 hours. I do feel that the scope of the project is going to be greater than 3 months. The insight that this position has given me, unfortunately. They have a lot of TIF experience. And that's something that we need strongly move forward. Very and done, yeah. So anyway, they just came out number one on my list.
Their total fee is 185.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one other one that I scored highly, which I don't think overall, but
You got Narek Smith and you got Baker Tilly.
Baker Tilly. Now, their cost is misleading because they put in 200,000 just to be on the safe side, I guess, but they have a not to exceed. And they actually estimated somewhere between 160 and 185. So.
And then it says Virginia with a question mark.
Virginia National, I just couldn't quite figure out where they're, you know.
They had identified team members that they thought they'd apply, and some of them were in Virginia, and I think one of them was in Chicago.
Is that number 4 on your list, you know?
Yeah.
Number 14.
At least from my notes, I said.
Baker Tilly,
Yeah, Baker Tilly, yeah.
Oh, Baker Tilly, okay.
I think they identified 3 or 4 members. I mean, one of them was in Chicago,
Yeah.
and the rest were in.
Well, they were actually number 2.
Yeah. Mhm.
So the only thing I'm gonna bring up here is.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Thank you.
Yeah, clearly a lot.
There's TIF that's involved in this and going through a lot of different TIF meetings and TIF seminars or whatever. Every state is different. So,
It's Baker Tilly was Chicago and
you know, and Chicago is totally different than Vermont. That's one of the ones that I went to some seminar. So I didn't even know they were from Chicago, but they are definitely, they were brought up in about one of the ski resorts of how they do things for TIF, and it's nothing like ours or whatever. Something showing of how Burlington, after they went through 10 years of trying to get through TIF and running into issues, just like we are, okay? And Barry Dunn was a firm that they hired on, so maybe I would like to see if we, next step here, knock this down to 3 or whatever, and then maybe make some phone calls or whatever with the same group or whatever, and go from there. A presentation, whatever. I'm just making suggestions and you guys can come from there, but I mean, if we're gonna get this thing on track and just it's pretty simple. And Patrick, we had this conversation Friday afternoon or whatever, and I'm like, this is simple. It's a construction loan that has to be the interest. You're like, yeah, Jim, you've been doing this from the beginning. It's not that simple. Well, it is, but we need to get on track. Having people tell us that we're going bankrupt is BS. Okay, we are not. Okay. We met up on the other day with Phil Scott's group up at K1. Brian went, Patrick went, Lisa Davis Lewis went, John and I went. We gave a tour of the water system and everything. Lindsay Curley, Lyle Jepson, what was the other person's name from, you know, he was in housing or whatever. And they're impressed. And one of the things I was told from a couple of them is like, you know, what you guys are hearing from, I hate to say it, folks, but this is what's said to me from 3 cabinet makers, okay? Cabinet people of Phil Scott's group. You know, they see it up there too. People come in, they make accusations, whatever. The town has a secured funding mechanism. You've heard Michael Snade once again say it. I hear people saying to me, Rob, you've mentioned to me that people just keep on saying, like, when are we gonna get building being done up from Great Gulf? Okay, to start getting an increment. And I don't know how many times this town has to come out and say, we don't need a single building going up there to get paid, okay? It starts next year as a full payment. Bill, I think when you first started coming into meetings a year and a half ago, it wasn't that clear to
It wasn't
you.
that clear. It wasn't that.
But even though it's
But
in the
it's
writing.
become, the thing is, okay, one thing I'll say, Jim, even though it's in writing, okay, when I asked you to give me the contracts, I got a stack. There's like 3 inches long, okay?
Yeah, well, you asked for them.
No, I know, and if you look, no, I mean, and I appreciate getting all of that, okay? But, you know, saying it's in writing and actually finding it's in writing is a huge deal, okay? And I've come to understand that the problems are not necessarily that it's in writing. The problems are to make sure that we're accounting for all the money correctly and we're collecting the money that's due to us, okay? And that's one of the reasons why I think doing things like this forensic audit now to make sure our books are in order and we're doing things correct is going to be very important
And then
for the
moving
town
forward.
and moving forward. It's going to be very important for the town.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know, you hear comments like, you know, made by
Anyone.
Stephanie the other day, okay, trying to track the $2 million and stuff like that. It's hard because it weaves in and out of the books and it's very difficult. And if we can get that in order, then our financial house will become in order. Okay, because people will have confidence in it. We'll be able to display to people, this is what we're doing. This is financially how it all holds together.
And we had numbers over a year ago, and we had banks that were coming to us asking for it. It's been over the last
Right. It's
year
been a while.
of this confusion.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And
Yeah.
it's not just the TIF, it's also a lot of people not understanding how the school tax rate is going to affect with the reappraisal, okay? So I can tell you that from, the statewide, because Jim Fenn, who is the finance person over at MVSU, whatever they call them, Mountain View Superintendents or whatever, the tax rate for the town, all towns, is 2.0242 for the education for a homestead, okay? And then I can tell you, talking to Chloe Wexler from the state education for the taxes, that she has told me the other day on Thursday that with this reappraisal, we will be put at 100%, okay? So we're at 100%. Now, because math in the last 2 years has changed at the state, okay? You would think that we were gonna be at 2.0242 because we're at 100%. But the state average is 70.33%. So that 2.0242 is divided by 142%. We're down to about, our tax rate is $1.4569 for education. The town side is somewhere between 27 and 30 cents, I think is fair.
That's where we kind of.
So if we go high at the 30 cents, we're talking $1.70. Okay, total. $1.70 to $1.71 total. That's for a homestead tax rate. So take whatever your grand list number is and divide by 100 and times it by that. For those people that are sitting here that may have commercial buildings, Josh, the tax rate was already set for non-homestead at $1.698. Okay, so once again, you have to divide that by the 142%. So the non-homestead tax rate should be 1.957. Let's just call it $1.20. And then add the 27 to 30 cents. So it's just make it $1.50. So whatever you're getting on your non-homestead property, divide by 100 and times by $1.50. Okay, that will be your total tax rate. Unless the state throws another screwball at us between now and July 1. But that is the numbers that we have. So people that are seeing their tax bills or their grand list number being $200,000 and going up to $400,000 or $4.25, it's like, I've got people coming to me thinking they're gonna be at $4. And they're thinking they're gonna be $16,000 or whatever on that $4. And it's not, okay?
Let's table that with, we need to be sensitive to the conversation of people who are receiving prebate rebate, because those people probably are gonna be damaged.
Well, there are gonna be people that, because on the other hand too, I think that the maximum that one can receive a prebate and rebate is up to $425,000. It was 400, I believe it's 425.
You think they moved to four and a
They
quarter?
moved to 4.25, okay? So if somebody was at like 300,000 and now is at 6.25, they're not protected from that 4.25 to 6.25. That $200,000 is gonna be taxed
Everything
at
above
the
the
full,
425.
everything above the 425. So there will be some people that are gonna get hurt. And then, of course, there's gonna be people that hurt when you start seeing some of the numbers coming out. If you're close to a ski trail and you go from 800,000 to like $3 million, okay, I mean, but the majority of the people in town
Be relatively flat.
are gonna be flat, and they may be a little less, they're gonna maybe a little higher. So, this is just, maybe I'll be called a narcissist for this or whatever, but I do a lot more than just come here and sit. I'm talking to people at the state level. I'm talking to people at the school still, because I spend so much time there. And I just want people to calm down. I think we probably wouldn't have as much conversation or picking on the TIF or whatever, if we really had the education part down, right? Our tax rate, yes, some are gonna say, hey, 30 cents is really low for a municipality. But on the other hand, we still gotta get our office running with the right people, okay? Everything. We need qualified people
And the right methodology.
and the right methods of doing it. So one of the things, Patrick, that we kept out of this meeting on the 22nd or whatever, I know there's discussion about, and I don't know if any of these guys know, none of them know this, but whatever. We used to have tax collection twice a year, okay? We moved to 4 for whatever reason. And then we moved to 3 because that was too much. But when you start talking about funds coming into your office, 3 times a year, that's 3 times that group has to collect checks and do everything. We were for the longest time. I would like to get that on a discussion for the 22nd. So if you could put that down, the tax dates for the 22nd.
They are set for this year. You mean for
They're not
for
set
March?
for this yet.
They were voted on in March. Be collected in 3 installments, August 15th.
Oh, okay.
One?
Yeah, so that passed.
Yeah.
Okay. So for future.
But for future,
For future.
Because
So then let's do it after. We could put it up for another vote to change it. We could,
you could,
but
You won't-
anyway, I'm saying for 2028, put it on your radar and
Right.
let's put it in for September,
I was
October,
gonna say, so
when
not-
we're doing the
not for
budget,
next, yeah.
okay?
administratively, I mean, it's a lot more,
It's easier.
it's a lot more legwork to do an extra round of payments than it is to do one less round, so.
It would also help cash.
So we could figure it out from there. So
Okay, so back to this, which 3 do you want to pick for the forensic audit?
if I have anything to say, I didn't go through them or whatever, just knowing Dunn and Berry, I would like them. And if you gotta go to 4, then go make 4 or whatever, but I think they should because they're from up in the Burlington area, I believe, or whatever.
Do you want to do the 2 highest and Dun and Berry?
Let these guys.
What I would like you guys to do is maybe take top 5 or 6 and other people review them and give their top, and then winnow it down to 3.
So you're suggesting
But I-
that the rest of the group do a cook-off?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They just take the top
Okay
6
with that.
and they
Yeah,
rate
you
it.
guys have done a lot of
So we got a
I'll give my sheet
7.35, we got a 7.02. After that, I think the next highest one is
BDO.
BDO 6.97.
They're an AI company. Or they
Okay,
use AI to do that.
yeah, well, but they're there.
6.95 Baker Tilly.
6 point what?
95 is Baker Tilly.
Right, and then after that,
Very done.
Berry Dunn.
Okay, so we got
That's
Saks,
5.
we got Narwick, we got Berry Dunn, we got BDO, and what was that last one?
You got Baker Tilly.
Baker Tilly. Okay.
So underneath 6.8. Perry Forensic or whatever. I don't know where they're out of.
Well,
They're out of Ohio.
I have,
Yeah.
I have 5 right here from what you gave me. The-
Yeah,
The
so-
2 highest.
So why don't you just pass those 5?
Yep.
And do us a
You guys
favor,
have it.
do us a favor, Mark, with you 3 said were the top 1 and 2, okay? So we follow that.
on here.
Just put down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How they would read. Okay.
In your file there, name those are Berry and Dunn, who else? Patrick?
Circled.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Circled.
All right, and then bring it back next meeting.
Yes. So who had the suggestion of maybe bringing them in? Okay. Do we want to bring them in for the next meeting earlier in the day or on the 22nd?
You want to bring in this?
Or you want them just to do?
Well, I would think bringing 5 in is probably a little too much.
Yeah, I would too,
Okay,
but I'm
yeah,
throwing it out
that'd
to
be
you
too much.
guys.
And I also think,
I don't like bringing them in because it wasn't part of the RFP process and.
well, I mean, we could ask them
Why
to
not,
give a,
why not interview?
you could ask them to go to the next step and just say,
I
hey,
don't.
explain this. I think,
There's no problem.
Yeah.
This wasn't in the RFP to bring them in and have a discussion.
Well, I mean, you could have come
Yeah.
conference call.
yeah,
So we
but
got We got 5 that are gonna come to us in email, so we don't have to go through looking through all of that.
But,
And ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all of us are gonna look at them and go on a 1 through 10 scale.
but do we do that in like a conference, a Zoom call in an afternoon? Okay, versus trying to,
However they want to present, I guess.
yeah, but I mean, if we load this onto the select board meeting on the 22nd,
No,
we'll never get anything
I
done.
agree that
Yeah.
if you want to, on the next select meeting,
Just send us.
why don't you send me your scores? I will pull out the top 2,
Right.
3, and then I'll reach out to those 3 to see their availability to meet, and we'll schedule a special meeting during the day kind of thing.
Okay, so these guys got to get the scores into you.
Yeah.
I'm already ready for that.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of homework for this.
The next one, John has to be flipped.
Yeah. There's a lot of work.
There's a
Getting
lot.
Yeah.
Yep, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Ready to move on? Okay.
Town
Manager's report. I'm gonna talk about cash flow.
So is this in our packet?
No,
Why not?
because I've been working on it. And I've shown both you and John.
Well,
And it's an
John
ongoing thing.
and I are not a board.
You are correct. That's why I'm presenting it to the board through my manager's report.
I would recommend in the future, you circulate these things in advance so people could have knowledge and be able to be prepared with appropriate questions.
Would be very helpful. All right. I've been putting together a rough cash flow for the town. We need to collect taxes on the 14th, or sorry, August 15th. We're gonna collect state-only taxes.
Well, you're not telling us what we're doing. We'll
I
tell
can
you.
collect them without the board's approval because I'm the tax collector and I'm collecting them on behalf of the state. So we are going to be sending out
Well,
education bills because
can
the
I see
town.
legal on this, please? Can I see legal?
I talked to legal. And
No, I
yes,
want to see it in writing.
I'll get them written to
And
you.
so what do you want to do with the tax
If we do
money?
not collect the money, we will not have funds come August.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that the town move forward with the tax anticipation note.
We cannot do a tax anticipation note because we don't have a budget.
I would like to
What
make
we
it.
can do.
I would
is
like
a
to
current
make,
expense
stop,
note.
stop,
Can I
stop.
give my report?
No, stop.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to move, since you're gonna bring this on us and tell us what you're gonna do, okay? And we're supposed to be working together, but we're getting thrown at us in a meeting of, this is what I'm doing without talking to anybody, whatever, surprise. I would like to make a motion, I make a motion to move forward with getting a tax anticipation note. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
Current expense note?
Tax anticipation note is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I am
The bank has
saying.
told us we cannot get one, but I will clarify in case that was an error.
Yeah, so, I read, and I'll try to find it here, the town is allowed to move forward because the board is the one that sets out the budget and gets the funds and in charge of the funds. We could go on and argue or whatever about this or whatever, but, the town could move forward and do 90% of the current year budget if it's passed. Or they could move forward with the previous year. And let me finish before you want to jump in because.
I have notes from legal on that.
Okay, well, so, and it would be really nice, like, since we are your board, that we receive the legal information. So when we come here, we don't really,
I'm
like,
presenting it to you.
whatever. You're presenting it to us, but you're not giving us whatever.
I know you don't trust me with this.
No, you don't trust us, so let's not get into trust. So they have the authority to borrow money, up to 90% for the existing year or the previous
Correct.
year.
We can borrow money.
Okay,
and a tax anticipation, whatever you want to call it. But what you're suggesting to this board here is that we go once again and collect education fund and use those education funds to fund the general fund.
That's not what I'm
And-
recommending. If you let me get through my presentation, I can let you know what I'm recommending.
Okay, go ahead, Patrick.
Okay. I'm recommending that if we do not collect education funds, we're going to run out of money. I suggest that we collect education funds so that we can pay the school, because part of this education funds is when we collect them, we give $1 million of that to our elementary school. We give that to them within 15 days of collecting the taxes. If we don't, we are not going to give the school money until end of November. I would not want to use the education tax for operations. I would like to have it as a safety net. Right now, we don't have a safety net. We need to be operating with about $1.5 million in reserves in case something happens and we can't get to other money. Right now, once we pay off this, the 8.2, we have 4.1 that we need to pay back. When we pay that back in August, we have no money whatsoever. So I do agree, we need current expense note. We need to borrow because we don't have operating money. That money is going to cost us more money, but we need to do it. We also need to have a safety net so we don't need to borrow in excess. If we borrow in excess, it's going to cost us more money. So what I'm saying is we collect state education taxes so we can pay the elementary school. We hold on to that as a safety net in case our interim financing for other projects fall through. When we submit things to SRF, it takes about a month. We'll have $600,000 a bill that we send out. And if we don't have interim financing in place, we have to wait a month until that money comes back. I don't want to use the school money, but it is a safety net. This is safe for the town. If we do not, and sorry, right now I'm showing you no tax collection. If we collect state education taxes, and in addition, we get this 1.5 for soft costs that are related to Killington Forward that we've just been floating in our bank account. If we collect, and excuse me while I zoom out, if we collect state taxes, too far, we'll at least be floating in the $3 to $4 million range for the first part of the year. It still gets touchy when we need to give that money back to the state. And that's going to be in December. So then we may need another current expense note at that time. We're not collecting municipal taxes from February of last year to November of this coming year. That's over half a year that we're not bringing in our major revenue. We do on occasion have other things coming in, the option taxes. But right now we're running on fumes and at a dangerous level. So I am going to collect state taxes because that is what is best for the town and that's going to protect the town.
So once again, we want to see legal documentation that
And I'll get
says
you that.
Well, it would have been nice to have today. Why don't you
I
bring
bring
it
because I had
today?
a conversation with our attorney and he said, yes, you can collect.
So then bring it
education
to
tax.
us.
I am bringing it to you.
No, bring us the letter from the attorney.
We had a phone call because.
Oh, so
Didn't chat.
turn the phone call into an
So I'm
email.
just gonna go back to, don't worry, we're gonna be able to get this specific note. And we come to a subsequent board meeting and we say, yeah, turns out we can't really finance that way.
Yeah,
And then we do
that's what I
that
want
back
to
and
protect
forth.
against.
And when we do that back and forth, so my point is, it's hard to, without it in the written word at this point, to be able to say, yes, this is what the attorneys are advising us or telling us because.
You're not trusting me.
Well,
I'm telling you the
because
truth.
we've had past experiences where, you know, we come in and we're told that we can bond this or we can do that. And then the next week we show up to a meeting and it's like, yeah, it turns out I was wrong. We couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So here
Banks
we
have
are.
changed their minds.
Well,
Banks have changed their minds. I don't think banks are really, I think it's just we're going in negativity wise. We're just going in a negative way, Patrick.
No, I want the town to succeed, Jim.
I didn't say you. I said there's a lot of news out there from people blasting, okay, to be more specific, okay? I'm not sitting here saying you're not listening to me, you don't trust me. The board is not saying that. The board is saying that we're in charge of the budget.
Yes, you
to
are.
put it out,
You're in charge
okay?
of passing the budget
You know, no, we're in charge of all funds.
and all of it. Yeah.
All funds.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
And I'm in charge of collecting those taxes.
yeah, but we have to approve it to go out, I believe. So if we're having an
State.
issue here, what lawyer is telling you this?
Jim Barlow,
Yeah, it always seems it's going to that or whatever. So, I mean,
he's our town attorney.
well, so are others or whatever, and so is the bank, and so is,
Another one's
we have
we
a,
use for real estate and
you
another
know.
one we use for, things. Yeah, we have
so we have
specific lawyers.
excuses for everything or whatever, but that's perfectly fine, because we have to calm down, guys, and show that we're working with a person that just keeps on attacking us at certain times, and maybe even in executive session attacking us. But we have to show that we're working, because we gotta,
Apologize
we
if
have
I
to,
frighten you guys.
you don't scare me at all.
Okay, good.
We don't scare you at all.
Okay, good. Then we can
Okay.
work together.
Well,
Why
we've
would
been
you say
trying
something
to,
like that?
why would you say it?
That I want to work together?
No.
Why would you indicate that so that we can? That kind of leads to like, we
Guys,
can't.
No, that was a
let's talk,
contentious
let's,
statement.
let's talk about the budget and get the math done, okay?
We
And,
can
and,
do it.
and
So-
try to figure out how to resolve
I don't
this.
think that.
One of the other,
No, the
one of the other
thing is
projects.
The tone has to come down on all of us, okay? And we have to work together on this, because if we don't work together on this, it's gonna be a real big problem, but it shouldn't be a problem if we work together.
No, I'm trying, really trying, but to come here to a meeting and get this thrown on a screen, and this is the only choice or whatever, it's just, John, stop, all right? It's just not right. And there are other options out there. And, you know, and we sit here and say tax anticipation note, and then he calls it out as, well, you can get, another type of note or whatever.
Current expense.
A
note.
current expense
Current
note for
expense
1
notes
year or
cost
whatever.
more.
So, well, it actually, this town fought really hard to get away from spending education fund money on general fund stuff.
Yeah.
You were there, you were not there, you were there, okay? You were here, Bill, Roger, you were here, John, I don't think you were here, okay? And it really fought hard too. And this is what I've been trying to do, is finding out what kind of notes that we have out there. And there's an $8.2 million community bank note.
Yep.
That's
Water
got,
four.
but it wasn't for water 4 or whatever. But, and then there's left community bank water 1 through 3. But, you know, seeing this on a spreadsheet without having it on Friday makes it really hard to start
Making a decision.
deciphering it and making a decision or whatever. But that 8.2 million community bank loan, when was that? When was that taken out?
Look back, that's up the one with, Ramsey.
So,
Is that
so that was 2025, okay?
That's that one.
Okay, so where is the 6.8 million and where is the 2.2 for FEMA? And so then like looking through like FEMA,
Well, those ones aren't coming, but yeah, we're likely gonna have to refinance that FEMA one. And eventually go out to a vote because it only covers
But-
90%.
so where I'm coming from is, how much money have we spent on FEMA up on the East Mountain Road area? How much?
I'd have to pull it.
Okay, I'm here.
You talk about it, yep.
Because you have a FEMA loan, 2023 floods, November of 26, $2 million is due, I guess.
Right.
There was a $2 million loan.
Yep.
But how much has actually been spent? How much money has been received back from
Can't connect
FEMA?
to the server from here apparently.
Okay. But this is
We
the
can get that,
things
though.
that, how much money was spent on FEMA up in 2023? Okay, up on East Mountain Road. How much money have we received back from FEMA? Okay, then plus that $2 million there, okay?
Right.
So
We're talking cash flow here.
So where I'm going, guys, because I'm just gonna keep on getting like, we're talking. Vito, if I have $8 million worth of work that was done somewhere, East Mountain Road, and I've spent the $8 million, and so far I've only borrowed $2 million, and I've only gotten back $4 million from FEMA, I'm $2 million short, and we need an interim financing loan for that FEMA also, just like when Abby was here,
She did that. She's the last one to do a $2 million FEMA loan for 2023.
Yeah.
So her in the finance. And I think even Lucretia was involved at one point on this here, along with, there was another $6 million that was supposed to be borrowed from Community Bank for a water 1 through 3A.
We have, that's what I have, 1.5 for the soft costs related to. that's
But we
pension
haven't
soft
gotten
costs.
that yet.
No, we haven't gotten that yet. We
I'm
need to
telling you
sign
that there was an $8.4 million note for Community Bank, okay? And then it went down to, because
Our costs aren't from that area.
So there was,
You can't just pull them.
we have our ex-treasurer retired coming in and telling us that we're spending education funds and restricted funds or reserve funds on certain projects. Call it FEMA, call it the TIF stuff or whatever. We haven't taken out a note since Mary Ellen and Abby have left. But yet we're doing millions and millions of dollars worth of work since then.
Right, we have the interim financing in place for those projects. We have another, I think, 11.2 for water 5 and 6.
I'm telling you
But we
that-
can't touch it because it's for water 5 and 6, and we haven't started that yet.
But we haven't borrowed the right amount of money. And when you talk to
Yes.
Stephanie, right, okay, we haven't borrowed the right amount of money for 1 through 3A and 4.
And we need to now.
So if
go
we
to banks.
borrow the right amount of money, and if we did this back like when everybody else here is so like.
This is what we're doing with the 1.5. This is what we need to do with other Killington Forward costs. With basically Killington Forward and TIF, we're carrying about $3 million ourselves. We need to offload that. 100% we need to. It's getting approval from the banks to do that. Again, this board to say okay with that. And
So
that
the
is why
board
our
said,
cash flow is.
the board said, okay, when you brought, I'll go out to my truck, you brought us 2 or 3 loans.
Yeah.
For Community Bank, 1.5 million, 400 and something million. And I believe there, I don't know, maybe there was only 2. And then it was pulled or whatever.
Yep, the banks pulled it.
Okay, so, but I'm sorry, it was just like, I'm just living deja vu all
And
over
now-
again.
and now-
Michael Ramsey was supposed to, just so you know, refund an $8.4 million note. We were told that they would not refund, Community Bank would not take on the loan. Mascoma Bank, I believe, was the bank that we borrowed, we ran all the funds down, we borrowed like in the last 9, 10, and 11th month of a 12-month loan, okay? And then there had to be a payment back to Mascoma. Our town manager told us he couldn't get a loan from Community Bank, okay? But he was working with Mascoma Bank. And Lucretia, we had meetings, I think there's even a video of it. Community Bank came back to the board and said, don't know what you're talking about. The town manager telling you can't get it. I'm just living deja vu.
Well, I'm not
And then-
telling you
and then-
can't. I'm
and
saying
then-
we need
and
to,
then
and it's
Mascoma-
going to
But
cost
it's
us
been,
money.
but it's been,
It's going to cost us money. And so if we collect the state education tax, we don't need to borrow as much.
yeah, and I don't like that idea because it's just gonna put us back to whatever. So I really would just like to have some kind of legal thing telling us
Sure.
that we can borrow education funds and use it on a TIF project.
No one's saying that.
Or you're trying to get cash flow going and you don't think you're gonna get the $1.5 million.
I didn't say that. I do think we're gonna get the $1.5 million note. I'm counting on it. It's in there.
Well, you gave it
We
to
need
us
to get that.
2 months ago, 6 weeks ago.
Yeah,
I'm not
and
gonna.
the bank pulled it, and now they're getting they got a new, they're doing new rates. They're going back to our attorney to make sure that there's language in there that our attorney is okay with. And we're gonna bring one in front of you soon.
So if,
Hopefully I'll have it tomorrow.
if the town has out $3 million of other funds out there, okay, that needs to be replaced, then why are we not saying,
Because that's what people
here's the
voted
book,
on, right? They voted to take it from the reserve funds. They voted to take it
not,
from
so
here.
this is where we're gonna be working together, whatever.
Mhm.
No. What we voted on is we could spend up to, and we were gonna get interim. But you're gonna sit here and try to play Mr. Wise Ass with somebody here, and it's not really fun, okay? It's not fun at all. We voted on as townspeople to use up to 1.6 or 1.7 million of reserved and restricted funds because we knew there would be a portion that we would have to go in there and that we were going to be getting interim loans. Ban and GAN are not new numbers.
Nope.
New names. The ban has been around since day one, okay? So you're telling me we have not had a new ban note in over a year and a half. And that's where the cash flow problem is, okay? And maybe if you understood financing, we would understand together that we need to go to the banks and we need to get that interim. It's not even interim anymore, Bill. We spent the money.
Jim, the problem is none of this is laid out in
No
the
plan.
English language so that somebody can follow. Okay, and I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying in simple terms, it's nobody can follow this. If we had, you know, April 15th, this loan goes out, okay, and it's due to be paid in 2028, okay? If we had something that charted this all out so that people could understand it, okay, then we probably wouldn't have this problem.
Listen, we had it for a while.
Well, and we don't have it now.
And we don't have it.
have it now.
And we don't have it now. But that person's a genius that left, okay?
No.
So,
We're not there, Jim.
no, I went there. But
Yeah.
listen to me.
Yeah.
Listen, we haven't had a bond anticipation note given to us in quite a while, and we're doing all of this work.
And we probably
And
should.
management's job is to have had that.
But we've had multiple managers, okay?
Why
And
don't we, stop discussing history and
we just
try
can't
to
do it.
move forward?
Get it done.
So,
There's another motion I'd like to ask you guys.
So Bill, getting Stephanie Clark to come to a meeting in May, right?
Yeah.
That just passed.
Yeah.
Okay, there was asking questions of what we expected to have at that meeting. And in there was supposed to be section 1 through 3A. How much money have we borrowed? How much money have we spent? How much is grants? How much do we need to borrow? Section 4, how much? How much is still on Anthony Way down to Route 4? How much is on FEMA? Okay. And we had a group that worked on that, but nobody cares about that group that was forced out. Okay. But they all care about now. But that was in place and we need to get back there.
We need to get back.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we've known this now for 10 months. Okay. With this new finance person that came on and it was supposed to get everything in place. Okay. It's simple numbers, but we still can't get those numbers from management as a team here.
We've had 3 town managers.
Forget about the town managers. We have a finance person it should be able to just go like John, a report. How much is out? How much? But this is like, we're paying, how much does Stephanie Clark charge us an hour?
$250.
Okay. How many hours now has she spent trying to pull together this May meeting?
Oh, yeah, on that one day, she had 6 hours.
How much over the whole?
Right.
Okay, so, but if it was.
And I'm meeting with her tomorrow.
And you're meeting with her tomorrow. Okay.
We pay Stephanie quite a bit.
So what I'm getting at is that it shouldn't be there.
It shouldn't be this hard.
It should be here.
Yeah, right.
Okay? But
Yeah.
we're going out to there. And how is she gonna know if we don't know? It should be in a spreadsheet of how much.
You would think that you could go to NIMRIC and run a report and have all the stuff come out, but I would guess you can't.
Nope.
Yeah.
There is a spreadsheet I have. There is a spreadsheet I have for all the projects, all the costs associated with them, TIF, non-TIF.
Yeah.
We have that in a spreadsheet. That's what Kirsten worked on for 7 months to detangle out. We have that.
couldn't get
I don't know
her
what
presentation?
was the issue between her and, the two of them, why she didn't feel comfortable with it. This is why I'm meeting with Stephanie on tomorrow. Because we have to move forward, we have to get this right. My concern now is keeping the town running.
Okay,
So doing that. I do have a motion.
I appreciate what you have to say. You have an option out there. I think we as a board, I mean, if there are other options, I'd like to hear them, is what I'm getting. Jim has presented some options. It would have been nice, well, I couldn't have seen it because I was away, but it would be nice to have this stuff to digest for a little bit versus having it thrown out in this meeting. But that's water under the bridge. But what I would like to see, what I would like to discuss right now, what are our actual options? Jim has outlined some options. You have an option here. It sounds reasonable to me.
Well, it
But there
sounds
may
like.
be other
Options are
options.
actually pretty much the
It
same.
sounds like he was describing two problems and.
Yeah.
And so it sounds like you have the first problem, you're looking at bills that are due in a reasonably short period of time. Okay, and then the second thing is you're looking at a midterm level of time where you want to have some buffer just in case something goes sideways.
So this.
Okay, so by doing, it looked like you were trying to parse things out into those two periods of time. And then in the longer period of time, when the budget gets passed and taxes start getting collected again, we go back to a normalized period. But it sounded like in the interim,
I'm focusing
that there
on
were
short
two different periods. There's a short and midterm. The short term is, we have cash flow and we need to keep the bank account with money in it. Okay, and then the second one is assuming we can keep the bank account with money in it, as long as things don't go sideways, we're okay. But if things do go sideways, you want to have by doing the education tax collection, you have a buffer.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are going to need to borrow. That's just a fact. We're
Right.
not collecting tax in August. We're set up to function that way.
So if we had collected taxes on time, then this would be a non-issue.
It would be a much less.
It's not. No, it's still an issue.
It's
No, I'm
still-
asking a question.
Again, with the two parts, the first part of the short-term money, that may be a non-issue. We'd probably still want to set up a current expense that if we needed it, we could pull the trigger on, because August is a touchy month with, a couple million coming in, 4 million going out, another million going to the school at the end of it. Those are by day.
So the community bank $4.1 million is a ban though.
Or it's I
it's
have
a
to look, I have to
waterfall.
look if it's the
Oh,
ban, it's ban or, ban, because again, we
It's a
went.
ban, because again, we would.
Yeah.
So we don't have to make that payment. You have to re-roll that. With
That's
community
what-
bank. No, you're supposed to re-roll it. You're supposed to re-roll it.
So
The problem that we
this
have
money
with
that
that-
we collected here, like some of this money up here, that is the money that we're getting back from SRF to pay back that 8.2, because the 8.2 is an interim loan. That is not our long-term funding. The long-term funding has been pushed up to the SRF, which we roll. We don't roll our interim funding. We pay it back as we go. We don't want to keep,
Well, that's
we don't
fine,
want to
because
take debt.
Mascoma, if Mascoma was able to refund, they were going to redo the 8.4 million.
Yeah.
But they gave out too much, and then we went through Maloney, who is our
bond
attorney, and got it switched over to Mascoma, to Community Bank.
Yep.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and we
they
need
did roll
that.
it.
We need to roll it to have.
Well, if we need to roll the 4.1.
You can roll it and we don't pay back what is owed. Really, we should pay back what is owed and continue that we have that interim financing until water four is fully complete. But we still owe money to that bank.
But if we went to Community Bank and said we needed to re-roll that 4.1.
That is an option we can do, and it's gonna cost us more money.
Can we, this has been, ever
Well,
since
that's
you
part
started
of the
with this
tip, so interest can
presentation,
be paid.
I want to know, how much the different options are going to cost us in terms of what
That's all
closing
I
costs and interest and everything
That's
else,
all.
and the variables between various types of loans. That's what I like to
Collecting
see.
state taxes will cost us the least because it's.
And I know, but I want to see a formal with all the different options, how much it's actually going to cost us.
Working with the bank.
So.
But if you can roll the 4.1 million, okay?
Yeah, but that's still, again, it's going to be a
Well,
cost involved.
But But
doing that.
that's the whole idea of the TIF.
Not that one, that's the interim, that's the interim loan.
You can re-roll it or whatever, Patrick.
You can, but we have the money to pay it down.
No, we don't have the money to pay it down because you're having a crash.
No, we have.
No, that's what you told us. We're having a crash.
We received the money that is intended to pay that down.
Can we,
And this is why I don't like
quit
seeing it here
arguing
tonight.
about all this different stuff and just go to the point where we consider all the different options and get them.
So if that
down.
4.1 million was refinanced, what does it do to our spreadsheet? That's all I'm asking. If you just
I mean,
refinance.
if we can pull it out,
Yeah.
you're saying we just pull, I mean, if we can pull it out, then.
Well, I'm not meaning pull it out. I'm meaning refinance it.
You mean roll it over?
Roll it over.
When you're saying roll it over, are we paying back that interim loan? Or are we
Where
saying?
it's going?
We're gonna
roll
hold
it
on,
into
we're
another
gonna hold
loan.
on to that 4 million and we'll owe it to you next year.
We're rolling it to another loan like we did on the 8.4 million. The first time from 1 year to
Basically, it's
another
replacing
year.
this loan with the same amount of another loan.
Right.
We're gonna pay this loan off with another loan.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yeah. Well, then we're gonna hold on to the 4 million and it's gonna be whatever the closing costs and fees are for that 4 million.
Okay.
Again, that's what I would like to see.
Yeah,
is those
so I
numbers.
gotta talk to the bank for that.
Yeah, so if we can see those numbers, I don't know whether options are, the one option you have about collecting the education tax, that's one option. This is another option. Are there any other options?
Well, I'd like to know when we say we're gonna bill for the education. I don't want to be spending that education fund money on, and I think there might be something in the contract that says you can't use education money to fund.
So Patrick, are we
Other
gonna
than
be using any of that education tax money on current expenses in our budget?
It would be a safety net so that if we need to pull down, we can use it, replace it.
Okay.
Like that's rough. That money is not due to the state until it is an emergency case.
Okay, so this is a case where in the past, we would have taken a bond anticipation note.
We've actually,
it's not a bond.
yeah.
Tax anticipation.
The tax or current
Tax,
expense.
yeah,
Yeah,
tax.
one of those.
Tax. So there is that possibility of doing something.
We're gonna
like
need to do that anyway.
Gonna need to do that.
Yeah, and it's just how big is that one? Do we want to take 2 million or do we want to take 5 million?
Well, again, let's see the options and
Yep.
see what it's gonna cost us.
And then the other part of that is the elementary school doesn't get its money.
We're not saying that, Patrick.
No, I'm saying if.
No,
if we
the
don't
element-
collect- If we
Well,
don't,
you know.
We have to find the money to give.
you'd have to find
We
the
have to
money.
find-
Wait a
This
minute,
is why.
wait a minute.
This is.
It's
Wait a
fine.
minute. If we're saying, if we take
We'd have, that I'd have to check. We potentially have to borrow on like or borrow to cover the amount that would be collected by state taxes over to the school.
we would have to borrow. So if we get a tax anticipation note for the amount of money, can we borrow up to what we're gonna collect, or is there a certain percentage?
90%.
Okay, 90%. So we can still
I
move some money
got you.
over, we can move some money over to the school from a borrowing.
Right, so then we're paying the penalties and, or not penalties, the interest for the money, yes.
But that's a possibility, is all I'm saying.
As long as you
I'm
get
not
the
saying
school.
We should do it, I'm just saying.
Right.
That's
As
the way
long
to get
as
the
we
school money.
School money,
Yeah.
you get the school.
So-
money.
So the problem I have is that, one, here we are. Guess what? Enjoy it, right? Look at it. That's great. But we have no roadmap, we have no options, and we only have one solution that only you, which is fine, have come up with. We have nothing else.
Well, that's not true.
Well, no, we-
Percentage wise.
well, now we're starting to develop them, but my
Right,
point
right,
is,
right.
you know, to show up. Well, but okay, so you said that you showed this to me last week. Why didn't you distribute it to everybody last week?
I wasn't clear, still working on it.
Right.
And I talked to
So-
Jim, because you were
so,
you were the
know,
vice chair.
So you loosely showed it to me and that's fine,
Yeah.
but you were still working on it, right?
When you talked to me, I said, we have money coming in June, July and all.
Yeah, and that's why I went and
So
looked,
where?
and we don't really. It is, I talked to our treasurer and both of us are in agreement that we don't have major sources of income coming in June and July. In July, we sometimes get money, but that's early
So-
tax
so
payment.
I asked, so why don't you just show me what we really don't get? That's all.
Well, that's all wrapped
Whatever.
into this typical monthly operating cost, 500.
Well, that's cost, but
Yeah.
that's not revenue.
Yeah, because our
Where's the
costs are
revenue?
sometimes higher. That is the average of it.
No, that's cost.
Most months, we don't have revenue.
I'm just asking, even if it is $1, to show me in June, it's $1.
Because I've been doing lots of other things and I didn't want to break it
It
down
just
to the
seems like-
granular level.
But
Yeah, we don't have staff. I don't have a director
Get
of
away from
finance.
that.
I don't have a Department of Public Works. Like.
we don't have a town manager.
Apparently.
Okay, you know, come on, guys, let's just work.
This is a rough cash flow, like I said, rough cash
So,
flow.
but you're telling us to vote on something that's
I'm
rough.
not, I'm throwing big warning lights because nothing has worked yet.
And this is exactly why I'm coming to, like, this board wants to sit here and say, we are not in financials. We need a financial person.
Yeah.
Crash, we're not. We need to get the right instruments in place. But if, but if management keeps on going and throwing out a thing like, God, Roger, we're gonna die tomorrow. We're dying.
Well,
Dying.
the thing is, we're not gonna die tomorrow, but.
We're not.
No,
No,
but we
but
need to know the
no,
issues so that we can
we're not
address
gonna
them.
die tomorrow, but the thing is, we know now.
Yep.
We're not gonna collect any taxes until
November.
November. Realistically, but you know, assuming we get a vote in August, okay, the tax bills go out in September, you get, or yeah, and so we know we're gonna have a problem that we're gonna have to cover. Okay, that much we know. Okay, how much of a problem it is, we can debate that, but we still have a problem.
And I just wanna stop. How much do we need to borrow?
Right, that's the question.
Not.
That's the
In
question.
other words, it's how much money do we need to borrow?
And then can towns borrow
How do we
all the
do
time
it?
for that? Yeah.
Lucretia, I see your hand up, but
Yeah.
how much money do we need to borrow? And we have all these other options, and we've had these options for over a year and a half now. And the last one we did was with Michael Ramsey almost 2 years ago. So basically, we as a board have been out of this. We're not doing, it's not us, okay? It's management. You can keep on going back and saying, we've had 12 managers or 7 managers in 12 years or whatever it is. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, your wife is probably enough to have a hand raised, and I will call on you, Lucretia. You can put it down. You will be the first one I call on, okay? But to be honest with you, since we've gone to a 5-member board, we have Patrick, okay, we have Dave, I'm not Dave, we've had Dick, we had Dave, we had Tom.
Tom was before.
Tom was before
Tom
the
was
five.
before.
Tom was before Dave.
Tom was
Tom was
before the
before the
five.
The 5,
Yeah,
okay.
Dave was,
We had
Dave
Rand,
was town manager when the 5 got voted.
yeah. But within the last year and a half, out of those 7 or whatever, we've had 5.
Yeah.
In a year and a half.
Yeah.
Okay? And 2, but really 2 of them have been interim.
But how come they haven't been able to put together the ladder of all of financial instruments? Jim, you say that we had that. Where did it go?
So you
I
want
don't
to find, so we want to start finding emails, okay?
No,
You're gonna ask. You're gonna ask. You're asking.
No. I was rhetorical when I said that because.
Because you had a manager that wouldn't borrow
No,
money.
we need to rebuild that is the problem, okay? We lost it somehow and we need to.
No, we
rebuild
never
it.
lost it. What we did is it's a new project and people don't understand. And even when your team is telling a manager, we need to borrow or we need to refinance this loan, writing an email to the bank and saying, forget about that $8.4 million band note.
Ramsey.
I want whatever. No, it's up there still. It's 8 point whatever, okay? So that's part of it. And we're right back in the same thing. We should have just rolled that note and we should be rolling this note. So all I'm asking for is Excel spreadsheet, 1 through 3A, 4. How much has been spent? How much?
Have that.
How much? Well, we've been asking, but we've been asking for 2 months, okay? How much we've spent on 1 through 3, okay? The total is $23 million, we were told today. How much has been spent so far to date? How much of that is grants,
okay, that's already come in. And what are we on the hook for?
We
I
have all of
saw
that.
some, well, we asked for it, guys, with Stephanie. And how come it wasn't presented there? But we asked for it. And then the same thing on
Let the
section
forensic
4.
audit figure that one out.
And then section 4, and then the road.
Yep.
Okay?
We have all that.
And we've been asking for it.
Jim, let him give it to you.
I'll give it to you. It's on the shared drive.
Let him give it to you.
Right, but why wouldn't we have it though? Like, how can we make decisions without information?
That's actually an irrelevant question right now,
Yeah,
John.
exactly.
He should just, if he has the information, he should give it.
So it's
Okay.
irrelevant, Bill, but
I
we're
want a
looking
better
at
calendar.
this. with-
Yeah.
with-
Days, definitely. But like what we spent, where it came from, all that. There is some that is still unaccounted for that we haven't been able to allocate back that we know we have spent. And we know what we spent it on. Well, we know it was spent on TIF, non-TIF like that, but it's not allocated to projects.
Okay,
That
well,
is-
from my background, okay, we've got to work with the best information we've got.
Yep.
We have to address the issues that are being presented here, okay? And examine all our options, okay? That's where I want to head. I want to
That's
stop
how we
with
make
the
a clear
backwards
decision.
going
Yeah.
stuff.
And this is where I
It's
want
not
us
productive.
all to focus, not on other things that are wasting time. This is the critical mission right now.
Right, that's good. You're showing us
There's
more or
other
less
things.
the cash
The
flow.
board's asking for other things, and we're not gonna get into it, but the board is asking for other things.
Emails.
No, the board is asking for other things. It's also asking for FEMA update too, or whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, we
No,
definitely need to do that.
Okay, but this has been going on for over a year, so, like, the board, I'm sorry, like, the board is your boss, and we're asking for certain questions, and that's all. And if you wanna keep coming in here and saying you're not gonna do it, then great, just say you're not gonna do it, but say it once and don't keep on wiping it in our face, all right? So, I'm good with that.
I have one more, well, do you want to go to Lucretia? Because I have one more kind of motion.
Go ahead,
to add.
I
Lucretia.
just want to say one thing
Hold on,
first.
okay.
Information is not about holding it to your chest, which is this weird vibe that I keep coming around to, and I don't know why there's this reluctancy to provide us information. Oh, I have that. Oh, I have that. Well, I have that. Well, if you have it, why don't we? And that's a big problem. And if you can't communicate, then I'm not sure what you need to change in order to allow for better communication and better dissemination of information, because it's disingenuous for you to sit there and say, I have that. Well, I have that. Well, I have this and I have this, but you don't give it to us. And then you show up and you're like, here's this problem. So what's the solution? We don't have the information and the tools to be able to make proper decisions. And until you start sharing communication, it's never going to change.
That's great, sir.
So you guys are really making a mountain out of a molehill, to be honest. I want you to consider one other thing. If you do not collect the state taxes, or at least bill for state taxes and start collecting in August, you're waiting till November to collect your first payment. That first state payment is due December 1st. And you will be lucky to have all the money that you need to submit to the state and also have money to run the town. It's the easiest solution. The loans, that's a totally separate issue, should not even be entering into this discussion. There are other towns that have not passed their budgets, and they've, that have gone multiple times and not passed budgets, and they've had to collect the school tax so that they at least pay the school and also started to bring in money into the town. So this is not something that's not been done by other towns, and it's the simplest solution, puts the town in the a better financial position, and you can work out your loans and all of that other details that you need to do.
So Lucretia, just so I'm clear on what you're saying. So you're saying we should collect the education tax?
Yes.
And use it to improve our cash flow? And then
Yes, and that's not-
borrow the money,
and
borrow
that
the
is-
money?
Yes, and
And when we
absolutely,
have
you
to pay the
you
state?
start working on your loans, absolutely. I'm not, and that's
Okay.
not something that towns haven't done. I mean, we take excess education money and we invest it to collect the interest.
We've seen it, but then we've also seen board members, sorry, Bill, saying like, we gotta stop like commingling funds.
No, we have to know where the funds are, Jim. Okay, we're commingling funds because we don't know where they
We're
are.
commingling funds because we voted to do so,
Yeah.
okay? But there's other aspects to this, but what Lucretia says makes sense. There's another option, and I would like to explore all those options that are being presented instead of beating a dead horse of the past.
And I would just like to see all the options.
I did,
You know, too.
exactly. So let's
Okay?
make a
The
motion.
bill doesn't have, no. there's
No, we don't need
motion.
to, there's no motion.
The
This is
bill,
just.
the bill for August, whatever, 15th, doesn't have to go out until July 15th. But I'm sorry, but it's like sitting here, it's June 8th, we've got 5 weeks to try to figure something, or at least getting the board the options.
Well, let's get that.
And
This is
the
my priority.
This is one, you know, you're presenting
No,
a
there's gonna be
situation.
other things, but this is one of my top priorities.
Yeah, but this
My
is your
other-
top priority, but it looks like it's just doing all education, and the board is asking for.
That's not what I've been saying, Jim. We need
Okay.
to borrow money. We
Yeah.
need to borrow money, but we also need a safety
Again,
net.
all the options.
All the options.
All the options.
The other one has to do also with current expense note. I know you guys were really focused on the road reconstruction of Killington Forward. Right now, we are getting, the 200,000 for River Road is in process of coming back to us, so that will bring our Bitmas material back to zero. By the time a budget passes and putting out an RFP, we will not have time to actually resurface the road before the winter hits. So,
So we should have already put out an RFP.
well, we don't have a budget, so we,
Very good.
because
Still
we
put out
don't
an
know.
RFP without a budget.
Okay.
Correct, but we
So
don't know.
borrow
if we
money.
have-
All right,
That's gonna be the question. The motion is, or I'm asking if you want to prioritize the road. Do you want to put out a separate spending authority to get a, current expense note for the road specifically? With anticipation.
10:22 at night, and I would have liked to seen this like written up as a proposal. That's all.
Well, I got a question. So is that the only way, can we discuss this aspect of things in other
It definitely
bundles
plays
of
off this.
loans, so to speak? Or we would take this particular loan
What's that, Roger?
as independent of everything else?
That's more of the question of, do you want to take it, do you want to prioritize and have its own, like, put it out as its own thing, get its own funding, push it to
And
get it
the
done?
rationale being, we can
I
get it
knew it was-
immediately going, is that what you're
It's,
saying?
I know it's a priority of this board to get that
Okay,
done.
that's just kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah, and so if we want to get it done before snow flies, I would need to start sooner than
Okay,
later.
and I take it this is gonna be somewhat expensive, I would imagine.
It's definitely gonna be six figures. I think our-
Expensive as far as the cost of the money itself.
So, Vito, I
Interest, the closing costs, et
think we're
cetera.
gonna have to meet next week, and I think that's what Roger and John is saying or whatever. And instead of just coming, can you just give us these things on a sheet prior to the meeting, so we can see it and read it and understand it?
As
Yeah,
long as
so
I
give
get
us,
stuff
give
from
us
the
all
bank.
the options and this one, and so we, I would like to be able to make a decision as opposed to discussing.
Next week I'm out, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so it'd have to be Monday, Tuesday.
I'm game, because this needs to get done, we need to put extra hours and I'm game.
We're doing a lot of heavy lifting already. What's one
Can
more
we have
day?
something scheduled for Monday afternoon, I think?
Yeah, I'll have to look.
Yeah,
It's 11 to
Yeah.
2.
yeah.
And then just update, we did get grants, again, it's when do we want to execute? I'm gonna put them on the list just to have you guys sign off next time, because again, I think they didn't need to get thrown onto here. But we did get, grants for 2 culverts. One, they have matches, that's why it's, yeah. One is like 81,000, the other one's 40-some thousand, River Road, and I forget the other road. But we did get those from the state, and I'll be bringing them to you guys to get authorized.
So when you
So
talk
you
about
authorize giving us 81,000 and 41,000, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, because
And
there's
what will our match?
We have to
be?
match.
10% match.
Thank you.
So again, it kind of plays into all this.
So the FEMA work that's getting done up on East Mountain Road, and there's 3 large culverts up, that's been up for about a week or 2, or maybe longer.
Longer than that, yeah.
I think one on Trail
Trailview,
Trailview,
Trailside.
Trailside,
Rim?
Rim probably.
There's no culvert on Rim yet. They have this-
No,
they have
they're,
shifted.
no, the culverts are sitting there.
Not on Rim Road.
Okay, but on
But on
trails.
the other two,
This, because the other two are ready to go.
But you can't start till
Craig.
July.
Right. Craig Roger is on those to start. The one on Rim needs to get bid out and there's still some other
But
things.
the ones that are sitting up there for like a month or two or whatever,
It's because we can't start till July 1.
because of the state permit
Yep.
for whatever, okay? But we paid for those and they're like 70, 80 grand a piece. Okay?
Yep.
So. And so there's 140, or maybe, I thought there was 3. There's 140 to $210,000 sitting down some street or whatever that we took inventory, we took delivery on, we're probably paying the bill, right?
I'll have to look for that one, but it should, I mean,
But
yeah.
I would think we're paying the bill,
Yeah.
but once again, like, I don't know when.
Unless it
when-
came out of the FEMA 2023 loan,
You know,
which that's the intended
and I
purpose.
think that 2023 loan, for the $2 million was to replace money that we had already spent on the first. And I think we should have gone
On the
for
first.
another one. We have over $2 million worth of FEMA work that was done out there.
Expenditure.
Where we stand, I don't know until I see how much have we spent on FEMA 2023? How much have we received in from FEMA?
I'm working
And
on
what
it
is
this
out-
week. We haven't received.
And what is outstanding, okay? And
We're currently working on closing East Mountain Road, FEMA, not the actual road, closing.
I get it, yeah.
It'd be nice to know the timing of the possible
Why don't we get
reimbursement.
Relying on the federal government to get you back.
I'm not,
not.
I'm not relying, I just want to know. the timing.
This is where we
No, me
like
too.
jump into, like, don't count on the federal government. Irene, $588,000 was just finally paid off this past year, okay? So don't count on the federal government. We need to have interim financing, and the banks will give it to you for a FEMA thing. And then they're only paying us back 90%. So
We're gonna have to
where's
go out
the
to we're going to at some point have to go out to the voters to bond out that 10%.
Okay, so, but it's gonna be either to bond it or we charge it all in 1 year, okay, in the budget.
Correct.
All right, but 2023, it was July, it's 2 years and 11 months. So like,
Yep.
you know, where are the numbers of what we should have borrowed until we finally get the money?
That's one of my other priorities is the FEMA stuff, because it's been hanging out there for so long and we need to push some of those projects out to bid to get finished. We need to close that stuff out so we can get our money back.
I'm talking about work that was already done.
And the one that is ready for closeout, I talked to their state rep today about what do you need? What do we need? Is there stuff I need to go find and dig out of boxes and figure out where it is because we've had so much turnover that I don't know where this stuff is, but I gotta find it if he needs it.
Will was doing FEMA.
Yeah.
Will just left.
And I talked to Will today and he gave me some places to look and direction to do. So, yeah, I took over FEMA once Will left.
Kirsten was supposed to be doing,
She was working on it.
so we're just going around in a circle. We're supposed to.
Isn't that report you have on the spreadsheet about where all those funds and?
That's all
loans
TIF,
and everything?
Killington Forward. This FEMA's not as clean.
It's not part of that whole analysis?
There's some other ones and I'm trying to make sense of, they're like Abby
Okay, so-
spreadsheets.
Okay.
I'm trying to
So
make
when
sense
we
of
went
them.
into the meeting in May with Stephanie, okay, there was a bunch of questions, and it was mostly the financing stuff. Where are we at? She was supposed to present to us, and she couldn't, and you had a finance person. And we couldn't get the
And this
answer.
is why I'm meeting with Stephanie tomorrow to see what does she need, what did she not get, and how can I find it to help her?
But I keep on coming back to, why does it, Phil, why does it third party need? We should have it in-house.
And I'm telling you, I'm telling you,
So
I would think there would have been a process set up.
Yeah,
for this.
I will send you what we have.
let me pay you $100,000 and then when you leave and you're only gone now a week and we gotta pay somebody, I don't know, $250 an hour for how many days? But yet, let's just.
Contracting it out. But,
Yeah, it's
do you want to get to the budget?
No. I mean, like,
We have again, the budget that is in there, the 2027 budget is a complete budget.
where is it?
It's in that comp. That comp has the 27.
Well, I went looking through this whole thing, looking for the budget, the way that the board asked for it to be presented, the last two meetings.
It's right here. It's this whole column.
No, we wanted just 2027.
Not that.
Yeah, I know, Patrick, okay? So this is a comparative budget report. It's not
Yeah.
2027.
And the 2027 budget, I'm sorry, that is my alarm to change my son.
That was my computer. What's going on?
The budget is right here, FY 2027. It is here in the form that you like. The 2026 is behind it, as well as the 25 and the actual. This is what we've always looked off of. It may just look slightly different because it's printed directly from NIMRIC instead of put into Excel.
Exactly the same with this,
Exactly the same, just looks different.
but different. So if I go into finance or whatever, then if I look at this quickly, we've been budgeting in 2026 for contracted financial services, $9,500. We said move over the $100,000 salary, but it says $123,200.
Because I took over the Social Security as well as the VEMR's. I did leave out the healthcare.
We said,
I took the,
we said move the $100,000 salary over.
I moved over her salary, her Social Security, basically anything that we were paying to her, or paying on her behalf, the VEMR's Social Security. And then I put that into.
Did you take it away on the other side, the
I did.
$56,000?
Yeah, took it away from the Social Security, I took it away from the VEMR's, and I took away the healthcare. I cut one of the family off of that.
But we're like,
This is the budget.
I'm gonna make a motion to go into executive session for personnel.
Is it on me?
Second.
Because again, I still stand with, if it's on me, I'd like to do it in public.
Yeah, we're going in for personnel.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be back, right?
Yep.
All those in favor at 10:33.
Aye.
Wait for Vito. Bill, I really want to move forward. I get it, and I hope you understand, and you and I have had many good conversations.
No, we gotta move forward.
We want to move forward.
We have to move forward.
But it just feels like
Well, we gotta,
there's a wall. We went into a motion to go into executive.
it's like, we have to,
This is the total.
Yeah,
it becomes a mentoring issue. We have to figure out how to break it. One of the interesting things here, he did give me this report on the funds for this year. And like, the total expenses for the town right now are at 79% of.
There's an estimate. I did a 3% cost of living increase for those numbers, but they don't come out to like September, October time.
So these are estimates.
They're estimate, yeah. The healthcare numbers don't come out till later.
The total expenses for the town are at 79% for the year so far. Okay, but the total revenue was at 90-something%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's extra revenue that was generated in the 2025 budget. 2026 budget. 2026 budget. Yeah, there's extra revenue that was generated.
I'd have to look to see what it.
If this report is correct.
I think it's counting
Let's
some.
not call that, Bill.
Yeah.
No, this is our source of truth.
Yeah.
And we didn't budget for delinquent tax collection. We
Okay.
have about 400,000. I was looking at that. There's about 400,000 delinquent tax collection, but really that kind of goes back to offset prior years.
Okay.
Hey, John,
Okay.
what kind of candy you got there? Go back here.
Roll those, and I'm gonna pause online, but we're not going anywhere.
Of executive session on my watch, 11:26. No action taken.
I'd like to make a motion for the town clerk to move forward with Yama Corp. Outside consumption permit. Added on to what we've already approved for a regular permit. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion other than I'm gonna say she came in, first it was Yama Amen or whatever. Then they changed their name and had to come back again. She was told that she could only file for regular permit and then after that get an outside consumption permit. Now she's being told no, in order to open up, she needs her outside consumption permit with it. So, that being said, all in favor of allowing the town clerk to move forward just on this one outside consumption permit for Yama Corp. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. At 11:29, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Well, let's set another meeting for next Monday.
And I have a question just on budget, 'cause that's where we left. Is there any direction on the board? Again, as far as I'm concerned, like, I don't know where to go with the budget.
The direction stands as requested.
What direction?
And we've done this ad nauseum, so.
You still want either the admin assistant or the
We said eliminate a position from between finance and administration.
So you still, even though we've lost our finance director?
No, because we're taking that money over and putting it into a.
So yes, is the
into a
answer.
firm.
So yes, but those two positions, you want me to terminate one of them, not terminate one of them, to cut one of them for the budget. I have already come out saying that I'm not going to. And so I cannot, just to be clear for everyone, I cannot block a budget. The town manager cannot block a budget. The town manager brings a recommendation and the board passes it or alters it in any way.
The town manager gets directions from the select board of how to do the different departments. The town select board is not allowed to take any action against any individual.
And you're not taking against an individual, you'll be taking against a position. You can cut positions if that is your intent.
But we would like you to decide and come up with something.
I'm beyond this conversation at this point. It's
So
rhetorical.
So listen, I'm
You need
gonna
to do the job, you know.
I'm gonna
The
end up.
budget is in your guys' hands.
No, you have held the budget up for 2 months and it's in your lap.
Patrick,
The town manager cannot block a budget.
Patrick. From my perspective, aside from the budget aspects, the board is directing you to cut some money out of the budget, essentially. Okay.
So how much
You
money have
have,
you cut out?
you have,
It's coming from.
you are the
business material.
town manager. These people are under your aegis, okay? They're working for you. What, from my perspective, I would like to see you do is prioritize what positions you need under your umbrella, so to speak. Who's most critical to your function at this time? Okay, and proceed accordingly in terms of what position you're gonna cut. That's from my perspective. That's the way I see it.
And both of them are critical at this time because of vacancies that exist elsewhere in the town. I
Okay,
did
so
cut
here's
the-
what I'm gonna say again.
Go round.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm like all done at this.
So
point.
basically, I'm gonna make another suggestion here, Bill and Vito. Since you're not gonna be a quorum, I think you two are, maybe some will say the level-headed, whatever, okay? Have a conversation with Patrick this week and come back to the rest of the board, okay? 11:32, can we adjourn? Oh, hold on, go ahead, Roger.
I would like to make a motion that we meet next, what'll be, the 15th at 6:30?
Fifteenth could be next Monday.
Yep.
So Monday, June 15th, at what time?
6:30.
And specifically for,
I'll have the conversation.
We'll have to set an agenda like you normally do, but the budget will be part of it.
I would say budget and cash flow, maybe.
yeah, I was gonna say this stuff for the 22nd, we're not bringing on that day, correct?
Have it, that'd be great.
Cool.
The sooner we get things, the better informed we can be.
I guess,
Are you asking about what On
All
the
of it's-
agenda?
There was like the forensic audit selection,
Yeah, okay.
the Frames group.
Yeah, that's
It's not that,
That's the 22nd.
RRPC, yeah. Oh, that's what I was saying. All the prior stuff that we talked about.
RRPC
Yeah.
is going to be
Okay.
on the 22nd.
Water commission appointment,
Water commission,
Yep.
whatever.
Yep.
Is on the 22nd.
job description for rec, all that stuff. That's what I was saying.
Right, and then,
And then cash flow budget.
but when we got through like the TIF and the 1, 2, 3A and the 4 and everything.
Yeah, I'll bring that.
Well, no, you said you already have it all.
Yeah.
So please email it tomorrow to us.
Sure.
Okay? And then on the 22nd, we'd like to have the FEMA stuff.
I'll try my best on that one. That one's still, I'm trying to figure out, Abby's sheet. So I can share what Abby has and what we have, but I'm still working through.
Abby hasn't been with us for,
I understand.
so.
I haven't had this.
So listen, since
well.
this is a board and you are the town manager, can I get a motion to have the town manager bring to us on January 22nd? June 22nd.
I
Hold on,
can't.
I want to get through this year. June 22nd. All the financing for the FEMA as what he has already for TIF. How much money has been spent? How much money has been reimbursed? How much money is still needing to be spent? And how much money we have out in loan? A full financial on FEMA. Can I get a second to the motion for January 22nd that we're instructing the town manager to have that done?
June.
June 22nd.
So FEMA, you want June 22nd.
Okay,
June
you want it
22nd.
for the June 22nd meeting, you want to have it before that or at the meeting?
For that meeting.
I want it before the meeting.
So ready by,
We want to discuss it at the
On
meeting.
the 19th, is that Friday?
Well, I'm gonna be out that Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, so I'll probably have it to you earlier than that.
Well, we want it no later than Friday, 19th, okay?
Try and have that broken out for you.
Can I get a second?
second,
All in favor?
I,
Aye, it's a director, so. The timeline. Can I get a motion to, is that all you have?
yes.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Oh, wait, sorry. RFPs, did you guys get any? This is for the finance position and for
We'll
the,
discuss that next week.
push it to Monday? Okay.
Since we're not adjourning or whatever at this time, because we keep on getting thrown here, I would like a motion from the board that citizens' input is limited to 15 minutes in the beginning and 15 minutes at the end. Okay, maximum of 2 minutes per person. That's it.
Second.
All right,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So on the agenda, put it to a maximum of 15 minutes. Make it 16. The way the school board does this is somebody comes in and actually you wanna watch and it's, when the buzzer goes off, the buzzer
Do you
goes
wanna
off.
just use this so you don't have to amend that? That's your select board.
Well, we're allowed to, it says we can change the time, whatever, so I just made the change to 16 minutes. Eight people maximum at 2 minutes apiece. You know, and go through. All right.
Yeah.
Adjourn finally at 11:36.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.